the tension in the atmosphere really now starting to build. A little bit of history already made this afternoon over in the Al-Raji arena with the World Cup qualifier, won quite brilliantly by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's Abdulghani Al-Raji. But there's a huge amount of history to be made tonight with one of the world's richest Grand Prix up for grabs. 1.5 million euros the prize, but 500,000, €500,000 going to the winner in tonight's Grand Prix. More His Highness the Amir. You can see the team down there as he's setting the track, having a good look at those obstacles. Just as like all car riders, all of those competing in tonight's Grand Prix. If you would like to meet us as soon as possible in the next couple of minutes down by the entrance to the arena for a photograph of all the car riders for tonight's historic Grand Prix.
or Uliano first? Yeah, okay. Okay. Day of star show jumping action. This is the big one of the biggest Grand Prix of this Doha Equestrian Tour, with an outstanding 1.5 million euros in prize money. This is the one with the biggest prize fund of this week, and is certainly due to be very hotly contested, with an outstanding world-class list of horses and riders to come forward, including the current world #1, Scott Brash. He is on the list, and he's looking for another 5-star Grand Prix win. I mentioned that prize fund, which of course is very impressive, but they are also going for His Highness the Amir's sword, and we are lucky enough to have that in our studio as we speak. This is that very sword that they are going for. This is the prize that they all want to take home, and what a treat to have that in front of us, and what an incredible prize it would be for any number of these riders. But we are just moments away from the start of the 5-star Grand Prix, and this is the biggest of the day. But in the indoor arena, we also brought you the 3-star World Cup earlier on today. Now, it's fantastic at Alshaqab for the riders to be able to compete at the very highest level of the sport, the 3-star level, the young horse classes, the young rider classes as well. Top names are able to bring a real stable of horses to this venue and get them used to an arena like this, and then go forward into those younger horse classes and build these horses over the course of the week into their future stars. So a fantastic opportunity for them to build them all the way up through the levels, of course making the most of the fantastic facilities on offer at Alshaqab. Absolutely beautiful arena that we have here, and especially in the outdoor ring. And in fact, this site covers 980,000 square meters, a huge space for this site. It really is so impressive, and the facilities are second to none. The footing is absolutely perfect in the arena. It's been commented on by the riders, by the officials, by pretty much everybody who attends this competition. It really is one of the most impressive arenas that they have seen. It's pretty expansive as well, and you can see there from these aerial shots, it really is such a place that can carry such an atmosphere as well. You know, the crowds really pack out the sides of this arena, and that is the feeling that we have here today. The crowds are starting to build in anticipation of His Highness the Amir's Grand Prix, that big class. But we are going to take a little look then at the 3-star World Cup, of course, which took place just earlier on this afternoon. Take a look at this.
My name is Abdulghani Motors. I'm a Saudi Olympic rider, and I'm very happy to be here in Doha. And we had an unbelievable week this week with Lorenzo. He's my only horse this week, so I gave my best with him, and he always gives his best, honestly. It's a new ride for me. I just had him less than a month ago, and and we won our first 3-star Grand Prix, and hopefully that this is just the start. Every trophy here in Doha, it means a lot to me, and even though if it's not the biggest thing that you won, but it means we always say the last class you won is the most important class. No matter how big the class is before you won, still the last one means a lot, because still you have the satisfying feeling inside you and the adrenaline inside you.
That World Cup competition earlier on today, and I'm thrilled to be joined in our studio by the winner of that 3-star World Cup, Abdulrahman Al-Raji. Abdulrahman, thank you so much for joining us. Welcome to the studio.
Thank you. It's a pleasure and honor to be here, and this amazing view. We see this amazing venue. I'm very happy to be here.
Now, talk to us firstly, of course, about the World Cup win, because a big lineup of riders in that competition as well.
Yeah, honestly, it was actually a big win for me. Especially, it's a new horse. I just had him, so we do not have the best chemistry to go on and be competitive and fast. And I think it was my advantage to be in the end and last to go, and made it quite clear what I needed to do. And yeah, it's my day so far.
Well, now you've just sat down next to me and said this Grand Prix looks like a tough course. Talk to me about what you've seen in there so far.
It is. It's definitely expected, because it has. First of all, it's a very important Grand Prix, and it's a very valuable Grand Prix, and also it has also one of the biggest prize money that we had in this tour. And definitely the course designer had to put something challenging. And yeah, it's tough, especially I'm not riding this Grand Prix, and I feel relieved now after walking the course that I don't have to think about it a lot.
Something that I have to ask you about now that you're sitting next to me, you have quite the impressive fan club. You know, you always seem to have some great supporters. Talk to us about who you have with you here this week.
Honestly, I'm very happy to have them, because they're like they're my guys to work. You know, they always motivate me. They always also the ones behind the scene and behind the screens. They're always supporting me. And you know, humans natural. We always work with motivation, and I do believe that I have a lot of big motivation behind my back, and this is what makes me give my best every single time I'm in the ring.
Oh, thank you so much. It's great to hear, and it's lovely to see you here, and congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. And I hope that we have a wonderful Grand Prix to watch. And I think everyone has to enjoy. This is one of the most exciting classes in the world. It's going to be special.
Absolutely. We really can't wait to see how this kicks off. And, you know, you heard it there. Abdulrahman Al-Raji, one of the best riders in the world, saying that this track looks tough. The man behind the courses here at Alshaqab this week is Giuliano Vezzani. He hails from Italy, and he's renowned as a very tough course designer. We caught up with him earlier on this week.
Giuliano Vezzani, course designer in the Super Show. Course designer, important job, respect for the horses and for the condition of the horses, fair for the horses. This is important. The horses, for me, is the teacher. Only look the horses is important for me, because I look one horse, this horse is good. This horse today is not good. This horse is good. You have tomorrow 40 horses. A jump yesterday, jump today is very important for me for tomorrow, for the height, for the spread, for the track, for the condition, wall, no wall, triple bar, triple combination, is a mixed, this. Mixed in function of the jump of the horses the day before. I think important is the first day for me, because the horses jump well the first day is very easy for me, and is important for the horses and for the rider. I think here the facility is fantastic for the horses and for the rider, and for me too, because the arena party is fantastic. important is the size of the arena. This arena, I think, is a fantastic size, and the ground is very good. The horses jump very well, and the fences are very modern fences. You have a lot of show in this place, but in this moment, the date is fantastic. The Amir's World is an important manifestation show in Qatar. This for me, thank you. Thank you for invitation, because for a course designer, build in this condition is the top. When you put the poles and after you build the fence, this is good test. After this, you have paper before. Okay, it's good course, it's possible, okay, in arena, it's good. After you put the pole in the ground, you wall the track, but the color, the fences are big, are small, the front is 2 meters, is 4 meters. This is the condition for good Grand Prix. Today you have a Grand Prix, big class, important class, but tomorrow you have Grand Prix more, and after Grand Prix more. And this is important. The horses exit of the arena with a smile. This is important. And the course designer, the horses smile, same the course designer smile. When the horses jump clear, but jump with my idea, with my this like this.
Well, Uliano Vetsani has designed courses all over the world, and you can just hear how impressive he finds this facility, and we really cannot wait to see how his track plays out. Our analyst down on the ground, Tom Frayne, though, is going to take us a little bit of a closer look at the track and perhaps some of those more tricky lines. Tom, handing down over to you.
Welcome everybody, we're here in the main arena, and as you can see,
Oh, look,
but the atmosphere here is building up. This is the big class of the week. This is a 1.5 million Grand Prix, 5-star Grand Prix. We have 2 rounds and a jump off. It's an unusual format, not one we're most used to. And we've just heard from our enigmatic course builder. He has done a superb job here all week, giving us excellent sport, but this is where the big money is, and this is what everybody's here to see. And this is our Grand Prix. We actually have the 2 courses are built here in the arena at the same time. So we're going to have a quick look at the first course. Our first course is going to be 13 fences with 16 jumping efforts, and we'll start up here at the far end of the arena away from the pocket, and then bending line left to a really tall vertical. They're going to come down here, I think, in about 8 strides. They're going to get up onto a really good canter. It's always really important when you're at these big competitions, 350 meters a minute plus, that you start off as you mean to continue. Nice big vertical. Anybody who's been with us for the last few days, you can definitely look at the difference in size. Once you go up those extra 2 holes, these fences become ginormous. Moving along, we jump the second fence, and then we have a distance again from 2 to 3. 7 strides is what I'm thinking they're going to ride here. Straight down the arena, heading back towards the pocket. You probably noticed there's a lot of fences in the course, in the middle of the arena tonight. And as I say, we'll explain that as we go on. We have the 2 courses overlaid on each other here. Nice big oxer heading back to the pocket. And then probably the first big unusual test that we have is back around from the pocket, back behind the big screen. And then we have a wall here at fence number 4, full 1.60 m with those really light cups on it. This is going to not take any touch of a rub at all. If you hit this at all, it is going to slide. It's very careful. Also, look, big open space here. It's not too bad. The lights will come on and when it gets a bit darker, and that might have an effect. First of our combinations comes up then from 4 to 5. Nice distance on a nice bending line here. You're going to see the riders just move up, then sit nice and quiet for a couple of strides. Big oxer going in, only 3 poles in front, so really need to get your horse to back up and be careful here. And look how square this is. What I mean by that is that the front pole and the back pole are at the same height. 1.55 m, 1.60 m wide. It's a very big jump. Again, we point out the yellow cups on the right-hand side. That's not going to take too much of a rub before it falls out. So we land Tall vertical coming out, full 1.60 m. Again, that white plank. We've seen that a couple of times over the week. Then they'll gallop on to fence number 6. So 5 to 6. Quite 5 strides at a wide oxer. Back left-handed now. A style. Not a lot of room off the corner to jump. It's fence number 7. It's quite wide. Not very wide for the horses to jump, but not a lot of jump for them to look at. And then we come to the combination. Vertical, oxer, vertical, 1 stride, 2 strides. This is only fence number 8. We still have a lot of jumping to go. As soon as we've jumped fence number 8, they're going to swing right-handed. Little bit of a breather here, so they'll have a small chance just to regroup and get themselves organized as they head back towards the pocket. You have a big oxer there heading towards the pocket, and now what I think is quite a tricky line, back from the big screen that's behind us here. They turn around the corner and they have to jump this, what I think is a really big fence. Quite imposing, difficult for the horses to put their eyes on. If you look at it, even where we're standing, it's difficult to make it out. So you can imagine for the horse when he's galloping at it, these pastel colors as they go from darker into shade, difficult for the horse. You can imagine later in night when it's under the lights, it's going to be a bit difficult. Again, we land here, fence number 10, heading down to fence 11, 6 strides. And it's a real pastel color again, a really light brown. And you get an idea of the height of this jump. It's a full 1.60 m. We have 2 more fences to jump. This is a real test of jumping. You can see, look at the height of this jump. It's fence number 11. You're a long way into the track, but if you're still clear at this stage, you're going to start getting excited. Bending line. Another vertical to come. Back the far end of the arena, really have to keep the horses engaged now. Some horses are going to get a little bit tired. It's the end, early in the season. It's the end of the track. Jump this, water tray at the back. Don't get distracted. And that's our last fence. So if you're clear and you jump fence number 13, we're going to take 13 horses back after the first round, or all the clear rounds if that exceeds that. Then what happens is we'll have a small break. My understanding is that the riders will be allowed to come back into the arena and they can go and walk the second track, which has already been built here, and they'll start over. We don't have as many jumps in the second round. We have 11 jumps and 13 efforts, slightly shorter course. And then in the event of inequality of falls, we will then come back for a third jump off. There's 1.5 million up for offer here. There's a fantastic trophy. This is the feature class of the week. It's all to be played for. It's all set. The atmosphere is fantastic. I think we're all ready to go.
Well, it looks like a hive of activity in the arena. Absolutely exciting scenes down there as Tom takes us through that track. And as he mentioned, 2 rounds and then a potential jump off in the event of equal penalties. So the first round will take place with all of our competitors, more than 40 of them. Then a short break, 15 minutes in fact, between rounds 1 and round 2. And the riders have the opportunity to walk the course for the second round during that 15-minute break, so they can have another look around the ring. Then they come back for that second round, and as Tom said, it's the top 13 riders, or if we have more than 13 clear rounds, more than 13 will come back. So all the clears, or 13 if not. Then in the event of equality of penalties, a jump off to decide the final placings. That could be the final showdown. So quite a lot of jumping ahead of these horses and riders. They've got to be accurate, they've got to be fast, and they've got to continue their consistency through 3 potential rounds of jumping. Let's take a look, though, at some of the runners and riders for this competition. This is a huge, huge Grand Prix. It really is one that lots of these riders really, really want to win. A good few of them have had success already this week. The likes of Nadia Peter-Steiner. She goes early. She won the 5-star speed class on Wednesday, so potential one to watch. Emanuele Gaudiano goes early as well. He was second in the Prix Mercelia yesterday, and very fast rider indeed. Andreas Scow, he's a highly ranked rider, top 50 in the world. Then Jana Frederica Meyer-Zimmermann, she won this His Highness the Amir's Sword Grand Prix last year and is one to watch. Of course, world number 1, Scott Brash on the list. Harry Charles, he won the Prix Hermes Cellier last night, and he's world number 35, and he's targeted his horse Sherlock for this class, he was telling us last night. So, some serious combinations. Very quickly, Tom Frayne is back in the studio with us. Tom, you've made your way up here. Quickly tell us your top picks for this class then.
Scott Brash, Hello Folly, has to be the number 1. He's the guy coming in with form. We know how good the mare is. She looks super here all week. He's won here last weekend, so he's number 1 in the world. He earns that title, and it's for everybody else now to knock him off his podium. But there are some very strong contenders. Said Bonami is a superb horse. You know, he's form. He's won Grand Prix in the past. You mentioned Nadia Peter-Siner. She rides the mare Mila. We saw the mare school around some of the smaller classes earlier on this week. She looked really fresh. I have an idea that she's put her eye on this class and she's going to have a very good showing, and I'm interested to watch that. Yana Frederick Myers, obviously, previous winner. She'll be back here. Has some nice horses. Harry was on fire yesterday. You mentioned him. It was just outstanding. Max with KC Cooley is a excellent horse. When he's on form, he's as good as any horse in the world. So it'll depend which one turns up today, because on his day, he's outstanding. He's a senior competitor now. He's been around the block, so he knows his job. And Max, obviously, is an outstanding competitor. Sheikh Ali Khalid Al Tahini comes in with Come On Stanley. So I think for the home side, he's the one I definitely would think a lot of people will be rooting for. He's drawn number 38, close to the end of the competition, so I think he's one to watch out for.
Well, a serious list of competitors there to keep your eye on. Quite the who's who of the world of international show jumping. But the bell has rung in the arena for the riders to exit, and that means that we are mere moments away from the start of His Highness the Amir's Sword, the 5-star Grand Prix, this huge prize fund. We are moments away, so I'll hand over to Killian Thornton on our live stream and John Stokes in the arena to take you through the action.
Thank you, Hannah. Thank you to the team, and a very good evening. Salam alaikum and hello from Doha in Qatar, and a very warm welcome to every equestrian enthusiast joining us from around the globe. Tonight, we aren't just a horse show. We are standing at the crossroads of history and ambition. Look around you here in the Longines Arena at Alshaqab. It has transformed into a theatre of dreams. Tonight, we reach the summit of His Highness the Amir's Sword of 2026. This is the one we have all been waiting for. Why does this class mean so much? Well, tonight we are playing for the richest prize in the region, a staggering 1.5 million euro. Absolutely incredible. For the 44 athletes waiting in the warm-up, the math is simple, but the pressure is heavy. The winner tonight will not just walk away with the legendary sword. They will take home approximately €500,000. As displayed there, our course designer, well, he is setting the challenge that's lying ahead. Ulano Vitacity. Just that beautiful backdrop here as the lights shine down. He has built a course that is 160 giant. It's a 2-round plus jump off. Let's have a look at this first round. We start off fence number 1 over by the VIP area with a left turn. We're going down to fence number 2. Start off with the oxer, and now we're on to our vertical. Then a related distance, slightly down towards the in and out gate to that oxer right hand turn, sharp turn at that to the wall. This has caused so many issues in the previous week of jumping 2 weeks ago. Here it has a gap in the middle of it. Then we go to our double, the first of the combinations, a oxer vertical out, 5 stride down to fence 6. That's an oxer. Left hand turn over to fence number 7. That oxer, 6 strides down to the next combination, the triple, vertical, 1 stride, oxer, 2 strides, vertical, out. 9 strides round the bend to the in-out gate as well. Fence number 9 is an Oxer with a sharp right-hand turn. Just look at that, going around the flower feature. Then to 11, we're on the home stretch now. We have 2 water jumps, the vertical, and then 5 strides down to the Oxer water jump, finishing in under a time allowed of 82 seconds. Think about the stamina required. This is round 1, where 44 pairs will face the labyrinth of those 13 obstacles. The Oxers are wide, the verticals are delicate, and the time allowed is tight. Only the best will return for round 2. Some of those riders, all of those riders, are appearing on your screen now, but only some of them will be back for round 2, where the fences get bigger and the lines get tighter. And if, after all that, the scores are still level, we go to a jump-off. A flat-out, heart-stopping race against the clock, where bravery is the only currency that matters. We have 21 nations represented. Some of those, or all of those flags, appearing on your screen now. From the Olympic legends of Europe to the rising swords we compete for tonight. His Highness the Father Amir's sword is a tribute to the legacy of this great nation. It honors the bond between the horse and people of Qatar, and we are ready to start. No longer are we looking at the start list. We are looking at the show jumping and the thrilling sport that lays ahead. History is written in the moments that follow. From here on in, from Alshaqab to the world, let the Grand Prix begin. Tom, good to have you here.
Yeah, it's great to be here. I saw you down on the arena floor. It's amazing tonight, isn't it?
The atmosphere, the lights, but more importantly, the height of the fences is just incredible. And along with the track that's been designed.
Yeah, this is a proper test of horsemanship, of horses, of preparation. Everything is going to test everything tonight, and as rightly so, because this is one of the iconic competitions that any athlete can actually compete in, or actually have the honor of trying to win or be successful in. It's one of the big competitions now of the year, and we can see that in the field of riders that have turned up to participate.
And Tom, even among all the glory is the sword itself. Have you ever seen anything like that in your world as a trophy for the winner?
No, it's really extraordinary, and of course it just adds to the whole pageantry and the whole spectacle, and it just makes just focuses everybody's mind. You're walking the course, you're looking at the fences, and then obviously that's there in the middle of the arena, and an amazing amount of people that came and had a look at it, got their photographs taken with it. But wouldn't you love to be the person here about 8:30 tonight who's been receiving it? Then
well, let's see. Sit back as we have the first to go, and relax as we have 44 in this, and Crack the Ugly for France, and Jolie, the winner of the Alshaqab Speed Derby, just 3 weeks to go, and performing well here across the Doha Equestrian Tour.
Yeah, it starts off really nicely up on the distances. You can see Innes, a lovely big horse. He's an 11-year-old. That tall wall comes up very early. Now, up to the first of the combinations. Oxer in, 1 stride to the vertical, that white rail on top. They've seen that a couple of times already this weekend. Now, this is the first, I won't say a breather that you get, the first chance you get just to reorganize yourself. You can see Innes comes really strong through the corner. Big Oxer now up to the combination. Weights up, vertical in. Big Oxer, 2 strides to a vertical. And now just take a quick breath. Hold your left rein, get straight. Up to the pocket. This is a superb start. Okay, past the screen, back from the pocket. This is a big wide Oxer. Only 4 poles in the whole jump. Now wait. Well, this horse is super careful. Lines up the last line, comes to 12.
Could it be the start that we're waiting for? It's clear. The Pathfinder in under the time allowed of 80 seconds, and Jolie Cracked the Ugly Z for France.
Don't be surprised. This pairing have been really strong for the last number of weeks. Yes, rider is on the top of her game. She came in, she had obviously a really solid plan. Went up 7 strides 1 to 2, 7 strides 2 to 3. And then she's foot perfect everywhere. She's given her horse every opportunity. He's a beautiful horse. He's an 11-year-old stallion by Comme Il Faut. out of a Derev mare. Wow.
I guess my surprise is not of Inesh, but last night in the big class, it was the Pathfinder that also got the first clear as well. So maybe something in the air as we go to the second for Italy. Roberto Brevetali Quinarius, member of the Cavalieri Sports Group. That's the Italian national team as he proudly wears his uniform around the world. He placed second in the first week of this during a 4-star speed challenge.
Yeah, we saw this horse here last night and a few fences down. So he's just going to have to up his game a little bit now tonight if he's going to try and beat this course. 5, 6 up on the 7, and now back around the corner. You can see the big screen is behind him there over his left shoulder, and now this tall vertical. It's a wall with a big airy gap in the middle. 8 strides to the double, now short 5. Now he's had that tall white plank down. But remember, this 13 are going to come back, so you could be a fast 4 falter. We're going to have to see how this class plays out. Six strides to the combination. Keeps it on the 4 so far. He's 4 fences after this now to try and keep it on the 4. Doesn't want to. Thought he might have just speed up a little bit, but he's trying to he wants to keep it on the 4 falls. He's not going to take any more chances. Much better effort tonight from Cornelius. Whoa. Now sits up again. And this is a short distance on the way home.
A second knockdown as he jumps that final fence. It's the plank at the double, and then a penultimate fence, 2 down for Roberto Brevetali and Quinarius. 76.17.
Yeah, really worked hard to keep it on the 4. Here we see him come up to the double. Very good coming in. And look, this is full 1.60 m. Just that off 4, and then just has a little rub and just catches it behind as well. This is the second last fence down. Again, he has that behind. He's going to finish up on 8.
The next waiting is Jane Annette with Impala, and in a field of which in the modern sport horses are sold and very little partnerships or time can be spent, this is one of the longest partnerships that we will see. She's had this mare for 6 years, and on the first day Jane Annette placed 5th in a 1-round speed, and last year she won the 1-round speed, also part of this show for Great Britain. Impala.
Unfortunately, she's had the back rail of the first fence. What a pity. Now, turns back. She's going to have to work hard now to keep it on the 4. This chestnut mare has a lot of good form. She jumps good rounds. She's a big jumping mare. I think the first fence just caught her out a little bit. It's up in the corner. It's hard to get a real good canter up, and maybe just didn't put her eye on it coming off the corner. Now she's settled down up on this, and another back rail is gone. So up to the combination. You can see the mare just backs up. Good on the middle part. Gives her plenty of support coming out. And I think she's going to put her hand up and retire.
Well, we are just waiting for that, and she is over by the in and out gate. There's the clear signal to the ground jury. She is going to retire Impala. Jane Annette will save that for another time. Great Britain. Wise decision.
Not a lot to be gained. This mare has done plenty. You can see here, just front leg, just put a toe on that back rail. Jumped the combination, jumped that very well. So I think Jane sensibly decided, you know, not to be gained by
another member of the Italian National Police, the Carabinieri. This is Emanuele Guardiano. More importantly, he has been a dominant force here in Doha. He has 21 top 10 performances, and 10 of those are wins in this tour alone. He rides Esteban de House. He's ranked in the top 48 riders of the world for Italy.
Yeah, he was just pipped off last night in the jump-off class with this horse. So we know he's in good form. Manuel's horses are always fit. He keeps them competing. Oh, Esteban, a really experienced campaigner now. So he starts out really nicely. You can see he's trademark. He's forward to the jump all the time. Creates plenty of power for the horse. So he's going to be brave here. We know this horse. Again, you see the little sheepskin noseband on him, and watch just how Esteban just lifts his head a little bit on the approach to the jump. Super behind, just overdid it then a little bit and had that front, just touched that pole with a front leg. Now, you can almost see Emmanuel there. He was just thinking, what am I going to do here? He was on the 4 falls. Will I stay going? Figured, yeah, I will. And then obviously having had a second one down, decides to give a pat. His horse was excellent last night. We'll see him again reasonably soon.
Yeah, exactly. It's a total of, or it was 8 faults, and then deciding to retire there for Emmanuel Gadiano, Esteban de Hus. It's been a tough couple of days as well. Really big jumps and 5-star jumping as well, so there's no need to put any further strain on.
He was very good last night.
Yeah.
So he got a good pot last night. He was second in that class in that jump off. A really smart jump off last night. Esteban is a seasoned campaigner. Yeah, dead right to roll the dice, but if it wasn't going to play out, well then, these riders will match up the horses. They'll mix and decide, you know, very quickly. They know exactly how they feel if they're fresh enough. He would have given his horse a hack out this morning and known that he felt up for it. And then he'll decide. Then he'll come back now. He'll regroup this evening and decide what his plan is going to be for next week. These guys have it nailed down.
Well, the first for the local region here and to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Khalid Al-Mabaithi rides Diana Dupuho Z, alongside Amir. He's an Asian Games gold medalist, and towards the end of the year there, in December, he won the Riyadh 4-star World Cup Grand Prix. But last night, strong performance again. It was 5th place in that Hermes Serie Prix. For the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Khalid Al-Mabaithi.
Yeah, he was foot perfect the first round. He just clipped the pole in the second, but he still finished 5th with only 2 clear rounds in the jump off. Real quality blood mare. She's an 11-year-old now. Diana, she's a very smart horse. You can see, carries herself very nicely. Nice little palm, rubber, soft plastic mouthpiece. We know Khalid is extremely competitive. Very stylish rider, sits very well. 7 strides again. Now doesn't want to hang around here. You can see he's very tight back here. Knows this fence very well. Yes, stays on that nice rhythm. He makes this look very, very easy. Big oxer here, you can really see the dimensions of that. Now quiet up to the combination, press in the middle, now support on that 2 strides. Now just take a quick breath and get your leg on, get straight. Now doesn't want to hang around up here, move up into the corner. You can see he stays lovely and tall in the saddle. Now makes a little adjustment. So even down there, that's perfect. Has a little rub on that. 2 fences from home. Keep it together. No, wait. Leaves a stride out. That's brave.
He's cool, he's composed, he is under the time allowed and clear, securing his spot in the 2nd round for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Khalid Al-Mabaithi, Diana de Pluvo Z. What a cool, calm performance.
Yeah, that was brilliant all the way through. He was foot perfect everywhere. Micro adjustments. Brilliant there. Look, has the tiniest little rub on that. You can barely see it. And now down here, moves forward to the vertical and then lands. Watch this. Just moved up to the last fence, left out a stride, was going to take no chances.
Well, that secures his spot in the 2nd round. All clears will be invited back, or we have a quota of 13. We may explain that if we get an opportunity later on, but we have one to watch in now. This is Nadia Peter Steiner. She's ranked in 46th in the Longines world ranking. She goes with this mare and won 151 round speed on day number 1. She's a European bronze medalist. Nadia Peter Steiner, Switzerland.
Yeah, I mean, it's a gorgeous mare. We've seen her jump a lot of tracks, so she's produced her beautifully for this week now. She just jumped 2 nice handy tracks here the first couple of days. Obviously setting her up for this class. She was a winner here on day 1 herself in the big class. A 1 round speed, was foot perfect on that occasion. Really enjoyed it. So she's already had a couple of wins this year at 5-star level. and I'm sure that's going to help her confidence. And I think this is a combination now could be in contention. Oh, not anymore. That fence down could prove to be very costly. Followed on by the back rail of the second part. Oh, now she's going to keep coming here, I think. Not for much longer, I suspect. Yeah, it's not happening tonight. Hand her up, give Amir a pat. We know she's a really quality combination. Not their evening this evening. Not sure if I can put my finger on it, but they'll go back, and Amir looks perfectly sound. She looks happy enough, but maybe just a little bit of concentration.
Yeah, it was a podium finish in the previous week of jumping 2 weeks ago here in Tier 4 in that 5-star Grand Prix, but not tonight for Nadia Peter-Steiner and Mila deciding to retire. Well, that is how it can change from week to week, Tom.
Yeah, Amir comes in, she starts off beautifully, looks at even the fence she had down, she was high enough, she's almost half a metre above it, but she just didn't use her off foreleg neat enough, and it caught her out. So that's the way sport is.
To one of the young riders next, Caroline Rehoff-Patterson. She's ranked 36 in the FEI under 25 rankings. She's made her senior debut in La Coruña last year at the European Championships. She's part of the Doha Falcons in the GCL. She rides Polonus L, Belgium Warm Blood Gelding, for Denmark.
Yeah, we saw her here yesterday as well. Horse looked really good. Fourth class, another one of the young riders. You can see really stylish. Another person who's benefited from really good training all the way through her early career, and now is bringing it up onto the senior stage and has now made her senior debut and really pushing on from that. We saw her on the Global Champions Tour last year at the back end of the year represent on one of the teams where she was very solid all the way through, and she's going to build on that now. Has a nice team of horses, and this being her top horse at the moment. Now into the double, very good there. Big oxer now. She just moves up, makes it as easy as she can for her horse. Little bit of a breather here, just come around the corner. This big oxer, and then you've got a nice distance down to the combination. Depending on your horse, I suspect she's going to have to wait a little bit. Yep, just waits up. Now squeeze, now support. And now eye on the fence. You can see Caroline already has her eye on that top rail. Looks very good. Now back around from the pocket. Keep your leg on. Sit your horse up. Big jump here. Again, she's going to have to wait on this distance. You can see she's making the adjustment. Locks on here. What's she going to do on the last line? Will she go 4 or 5? I think she'll go to 5. But unfortunately, those last 2 fences down.
That's a shame. 2 down is 76-44. 8 falls for Caroline Rehoff-Patterson for Denmark. What happened there in the last line?
It's a long way around, simply. Very clever course building on the second last line. They jumped that. Coming down to that, they've had to wait. So you started to use a lot of your controls. And you can see the horse just started to lock up on her. Caroline's doing everything she can to make the adjustments, but the horse is a bit like at the end of a rally. Your brakes are starting to numb up. Nothing's as soft and as light as it was at the beginning, and it just gets that more difficult to make those adjustments. Superb round. She'll be really. She's just arrived this week, so I think she's got. That's something really positive to build on.
Yeah, you could see the disappointment on her face there when she was leaving, but a great round. We move on to another Danish rider, and this is Andreas Schou. He was clear in last night's jump-off competition. Just didn't go quite the plan in the jump-off, though, but he's ranked 68 in the world. Multi-time Danish national champion. He was 5th in the 5-star Grand Prix, one of the 5-star Grand Prix, last month here in Doha, with Juriga Vie for Denmark, Andreas Schou.
Yeah, it's beautiful 12-year-old mare. You can see lovely, simple bridle setup, little drop nose band, nice, simple snaffle. This is nice and quiet, gives his horse every chance. She's a big mare. You know, just keeping her balanced and keeping her organized takes all your skill. Andreas does it wonderfully. Very strong around the corner there. Knew that wall could be something she'd just take a little look at. And then he settles into it for the double. Super balance. You can see he rides with that lovely length of rein, so he allows the mare to express herself over the jump. Now, keeps coming through the corner. Now needs to just get straight. Leg on. Now he's got to wait a little bit here into the combo. Sit up. Now press. Now keep her balanced. Brilliantly done. And again, you can see, has his eye on that next fence straight away. Gives her a little encouragement. Knows that's a wide jump. Lands, lets her move away. It's really clever. He's not wasting any time here. Now wait, watch her sit her up. He's going to have to wait on this distance as well. Steady. Oh, that's such a difficult jump. He did everything he could.
2 down, then he keeps the last one up. 78.46, 8 faults it will be for Andreas Schuh and Juriga VA.
Yeah, foot perfect all the way around. I think just really unlucky. Very good here. This is the earlier on the track. It's the third last fence that was his undoing this evening. So again, here we go into the combination. Look at this. Brilliant position. Allows the mare to stretch. Look at the length of rein he has to ride with. So the mare is so expressive. Look how she uses herself. That's so difficult to do. Andreas makes it look easy. This is her undoing. Look, what the tiniest of little touches, and I think that's just unrattled her then a little bit. So unlucky.
Well, if anyone in the lineup has the pressure on them, it is the reigning recipient of His Highness the Amir's sword. She is the only female recipient of it also. She goes with Kollegon Kashkai as Jana Frederica Meyer-Zimmermann, Germany.
You can see immediately sets up on good rhythm. What you're trying to do now is get up on a really good canter. Try and get through as much of the course here without having to make too many alterations, because as we've seen, there's a lot of work to be done at the latter part of this course. Giuliano sets you up nicely. The distances are nice and kind.
So is it about reserving that momentum for the latter half after those performances we've just seen?
You've got to feel your way through the track. You can't be overusing. You can't be interfering that much. If you can sit as quiet as possible and just arrive there, you know, with everything nice and balanced. It's once you start making big alterations, then you start a little bit of resistance comes. Again, Jana's been brilliant here. You can see she's sat so quiet. She lets the horse travel, and she's using just micro adjustments to keep him in the right place, going the right way. She's going to have to work on this line now. Watch how she just has to sit quiet and wait. But when you've ridden them all the way around like that, it's so subtle. And again, a bit of an adjustment here. She's setting up this distance. We could have another clear round.
Could we have the third clear? Could it be back-to-back wins for Jana Frederica Meyer-Zimmermann? She's in a good position to do so this year. She's clear. She's guaranteed her spot through to the second round.
Yeah, I think that was a brilliant example of just sitting there quiet as you can, minimal interference, and then doing what you have to when you have to. No more. And your horse was so compliant. Right, here we go. All the way through. You can see she just makes the adjustment that she needs. Doesn't overdo it. He's such a big jumper.
Beautiful round. We will have to see if the only female recipient can get the sword again this year. But this man next is also a previous recipient of His Highness the Amir's sword back in 2024. He's a global winner across 3 different continents, and this combination placed 7th in the second week of this tour in the 5-star Grand Prix. But in Zeus, the stallion is Brazil's Santiago Lambre.
Yeah, look, his world ranking does not reflect the quality of this guy. He's been at the top end of the sport for a very long time and has won across the world. Zeus is a gamey individual. He was 7th, as you say, in the Grand Prix, so he's nice. We know he's up and running and fit. So it's a case now of how you can tackle this course. Remember, what you're trying to do here is jump 2 clear rounds. You got to beat the course builder twice, and then you can worry about the opposition. So it's an unusual format. It's all about jumping. It's you, the horse, against the course builder. And then if you're still lucky to be in the game after the second round, then you can have a look around you and see who you've got to beat in the jump off. It's the purest form of our sport, really. Now you can see just relaxes a little bit on the corner here before he comes across this Oxer, which brings him down to the combination. So he has to make an adjustment, doesn't want to get in too strong or he could run out of room. Horse probably hasn't got the biggest stride in the world, and that's helped him there. Now, keep it organized. Now, you can see now the horse is getting a little bit on his head, and that just makes the control a bit more difficult. 6 strides, but he's super careful. Now he needs to keep it together now. Last line coming up. Have we another? Here we go. I think we will.
Rub of that pole, but it's the front rail of the last fence. It is 4 false for Santiago Lambre and Zeus. He gave it his all the whole way around that track. It's the last fence down.
Yeah, he's going to be really disappointed. He's worked so hard. His little horse has tried his hard to look at that for effort over that big Oxer. And then to just know on that last line, it's a 5 strides. It's a short 5 down there. Did everything he could, but Zeus unfortunately was just giving up listening a bit at that stage, and he needed to work a little bit more. What a pity.
That is the fastest over 4 falters. He's ranked 4th at the moment. It's a quota of 13 we need to fill, or all the double clears. We'll have to see as we go to Harry Charles, the winner of the Celia Prix last night. He is a force to be reckoned with as he goes tonight with Sherlock. He's ranked 35 in the world. For Great Britain, Harry Charles.
Again, you just see how relaxed the horse was when he walked into the ring. He just strolled around the place like he was out for a hack, and now Harry presses the on button, and here we go. Real blood quality horse. He's what, 13 years of age now. Starts off really nicely, getting into the track. Harry obviously was a winner last night. I think he got out of bed yesterday morning intent on winning that class, and he was foot perfect all day yesterday. Sherlock looks really good now, and Harry, we know he's competed at the highest level. He's only a young athlete, but a lot of experience. And now you can see, just gives his horse a breather, sets up around the corner. Time allowed is not overly tight. Sits up, watch, he just comes back with his shoulder. Now press, supports, sits quiet. Brilliant riding. And watch again, presents the horse beautifully to the fence. Again, flows through the corner, and look at that position, eyes locked on. And look at the control he has here again, just sits tall, keeps him off the front rail. Last line coming up. Has all the control he needs.
Could it be another clear? It is for the young man from Great Britain. Clear. Harry Charles and Sherlock foot perfect the entire way around the course.
Yeah, time will matter on this. Remember, they're going to come back in reverse order of merit as well. He's currently the 3rd quickest, but I don't think anybody's worried about that. They're worried about beating the course builder at this stage. We can sort that out later on. And a lucky rub there in the first part. But other than that, Harry was on the job as always.
Well, a wonderful way to have a little moment's break. And let's hear from Khaled Al-Mabathi.
Talk me through your round.
Well, that was a really big track. I'm happy to jump clear in this class, even though we still have a long way to the end of this day, but we will hope for the best.
And you were runner-up here last year in this class. How does it feel having watched Yana go round?
Yeah, Yana won last year. I was 2nd, and now she's a clear, so I think it will be tough competition.
And you won on the same horse, so how's it going? How's your partnership? Are you feeling confident?
It's always good to ride horses such as Diana. She's always a competitive horse. We're gonna do our best today, and we will hope for the best.
You've won medals at the top all over the world. How does it compare riding an arena such as this?
It's amazing to be here, especially riding these courses. The Grand Prix today was really tough, and you know the prize money was hard, but the technicality, the difficulty was actually on top level today. So I'm very happy to be clear.
Well, good luck. We'll be watching you, and we'll see you later.
Well, great to hear from Khaled Al-Mabaiti there, as we have a total of four guaranteed to be invited back into round 2. Khaled Al-Mabaiti there, and also Yana Frederica Mayer, Zimmerman, Harry Charles and Aish Jolie, to see if he can also join them for Great Britain. This is one of our young riders here. He's ranked in 37 in the FEI under 25 rankings. He has 5 top 8 performance this week alone. He's 8 European medals, and one of those, that gold medal when he was crowned European Young Rider Champion in 2024. He's already won a 2-star Grand Prix on the first week of this tour. Casanova won, BVLZ, and Ollie Fletcher.
Only 22 years of age. What a career he's had so far. He was 8th last night in our jump-off class. He was clear in the first round. With the same horse. Well, the horse is fit, he's up and running. Oh, well, he'll be looking forward to this now. He picks up a nice canter, he's down the bottom end of the arena. First fence comes up fairly quickly off the corner. You need to make sure your horse is awake. I know it's nice. You'll see different riders have different approach when they come into the ring, how they set their horses up. Unfortunately, the front rail is gone, so making a long way around. But he knows with only 4 clear rounds, he still has a chance. So if he can keep it on the 4, not hang around, he could get into the second round. And obviously with a $1 million prize fund. Whoa. Now,
Tom, maybe just talk us through that. Well, that is a really, really interesting fence in terms of the dynamic of the wall at the top part, but that wide open gap in the middle.
Yeah, you're coming off the corner, it's early in the track, you come away from the pocket, it's the positioning of it makes it difficult. And actually, if you look again, he's angled it a little bit off the corner as well, just to make it even that little bit trickier. Those angles make a big difference when you're putting the horses. Like, what this horse has done is he's actually looked out through it a little bit. So rather than keeping his eye on the top rail, he obviously looked down, saw that he could see through it, and just was a little bit confused. These horses are super careful, and you actually will get an angle here, so what the horse has seen. So you can see the sand at the background, and because the horse put his head down, he didn't look at the top of the wall. And now all of a sudden his focus is gone, he can't read it. And then once he stopped once, he's like, hang on, I'm really not sure what's going on here. So a lot of these horses are very disinclined to come to that type of a jump on a second occasion. Now, he'll go back out and he'll train a little bit and he'll put that behind him. It's one of the things that happens. It's thankfully, we don't see it very often.
In Alshaqab for Egypt, Ismail Osama El Bore.
Yeah, he's got a double rein. He's got quite a small ring snaffle in the horse's mouth, and then a small hackamore on. So it's and then it's kind of combined back together through the martingale. So it's quite neat, but gives him plenty of control. We're very impressed with this young man. The first couple of days we've seen him riding here, he sits very well. Love this horse. You can watch the expression on his face. So it allows him. Horse is taking him to the jump, and then means that Ismail can sit nice and quiet. Keep his leg on, make sure the horse stays nice and straight. A very smart horse, you can see, really intelligent as well. Now, gives him a little bit of space at that, you can see, you just have to give him a little kick. Now, doesn't want to just loiter on the corners, needs to stay on a nice rhythm. Horse is a lovely canter. If you watch his hind leg, it really just pushes up underneath him, and that's what creates all the jump. Ooh, just a bit low going in, good in the middle. Now, just keep coming, keep your concentration. You don't know, four falls might get you back to the second round, and then it's game on. So you can see he's just after upping the pace a little bit. Now, whoa. Yeah, very good. You can see he sits up. Maybe keeps the horse back off the front rail. He needs to do the same again here now.
Well, it will be the 8 falls then. A disappointing 2 down for Ismail Osama El Bori and Ledante for Egypt. But as we have said, Tom, just age 17 and competing in this amphitheatre.
17-year-old rider, 10-year-old horse. What a bright future these two have together. They've tackled this course really well. When they sit down and analyze this video and watch what they've done, they're going to be really proud of their performance. Horse just paused a little bit off the ground going into the combination there. You could just barely see it, just dropped in his body ever so slightly. And that last fence down that he had, look, watch, just catches it behind, setting up for the distance to the last jump. Very strong, if you think how young they are.
4 clears and just 1 with 4 faults, and that is Santiago Lambre. He's ranked 5th at the moment. Let's see. We welcome in Ahmed Sabrahamcho. This is Frenchy VDS. He was the first ever Syrian rider to be part of an equestrian Olympic event. He's an Asian Games veteran, 2-time gold medalist in the Mediterranean Games, and he goes for Syria.
This 16-year-old by Colonel Olinsky out of Aguida de Revel mare. Another blood type, not the biggest striding horse. Look, a lot of energy in the canter. And you notice how this horse just shakes his head a little bit. It's got the mask on it. And it's just going to make it a challenge now for the rider when it gets technical later on in the track. So again, you're looking to try and stay nice and quiet as you possibly can, particularly on the early part of the course. Oh, fence down, second fence down. Has a look behind him. Not sure, I think he may be making a decision here to pull up.
Yeah, he raises his hand.
Hand up.
So both elements of that double down means he's decided to retire. Ahmed Hamad Samsho, Frenchy VDS Syria.
Yeah, just look, if he'll have the first part of this double down, then he has a second part, only barely tips it. But having had 2 fences down, a lot of big jumps in front, and the mare was probably a little bit fresh. You can see she's shaking her head there even when the ground is over. So he can go back and regroup, get her set up. He's a little gag snaffle on her, and you can see with the mask, she's a busy individual.
Well, we still have 30 left to go. At the halfway point, we will take an arena maintenance break, but we will have some halftime analysis also from our studio. We continue to Turkey, and Hassan Center steps forward with no comment. Decepton is a combination placed in the top 10 of the 5-star Grand Prix in week number 2 of this tour. And this is his main 5-star Grand Prix horse. He's a multi-time national champion back home. So for Turkey.
Yeah, he rode Avantois last night for a fence down in the big class. It's a big jumping stallion. 13-year-old. We'll watch how much power this guy generates off the ground. But with that now, he's got a big stride as well. So Hassan is going to have his work cut out on the latter part of the course, just keeping it all nice and even. Well, comes across on the bending line to the first of the combinations. Oxer in, 1 stride to the vertical. His horse is in the air tonight. And then that big Oxer as well. So he's going up into the corner. He'll jump this Oxer, and he's going to have to wait on his way down to the combination. It's a quiet 6 here now, so let's see how he manages with this. 4, 5, 6, well done. Now with big scope in the middle, look how high he goes. Now he can keep coming around the corner to the Oxer. Oh, makes the back rail. This guy's so scopy. And now you can see Hassan really trying to concentrate. Needs to pop this and now wait again. That's brilliantly done. This looks really good. Sets up for the second last fence. He has the same challenge on the last one. Has to wait again.
1 from home, he keeps it up, it's clear. And into the second round, 80.68. That's the slowest of our clears, but it's precise and accurate.
Yeah, managed it particularly well. He has a really big jumping horse with a big stride. But he walked the course, he knew what the challenge was. And you can see, just makes the alterations, makes the adjustments, doesn't do any more than he has to. You know, he's got to keep that relationship with the horse. No point in trying to ask for too much and the horse then starting to resist. That didn't happen on this occasion. No comment, the Septon was on the same page all the way through. Yeah, he deserves his kiss. Hassan is delighted. They'll be back for the second round.
Nice, and those are your 5 clears so far displayed on the screen as we continue to Germany's Hansi Dreher. This is Elysium. He was first to go in last night's big feature class, and he reduced the first clear, and he finished up 7th. He won the LGCT Speed Challenge here last year with Elysium. Hansi Dreher for Germany.
Yep, got quite a long shank on a Hackamore here on Elysium. Oh, we've had a fence down, unfortunately, on that first related distance. And he's going to opt to keep coming and see what roll the dice. Elysium's stunning looking horse by his Rocco Blue. Wouldn't like to be getting him ready for a show every day. Look at him. Not only is he spotlessly white, he's also a big horse. There's a lot of them to be scrubbing. Unfortunately, we've had another fence down. Pops down through the combination, makes it look really, really easy.
Now he has interestingly decided to continue. Maybe after that, Tom?
He's going to stay going. The horse needs to get into the ring. Elysium's a real quality performer. It's early in the season. The opportunity to come and jump a 5-star track like this and work on his fitness and his concentration. And Hansi's such an his brain is working there. He knows exactly what he's doing and what he has to do to try and ensure that he's going to be a contender. The next time there's a big prize fund up, that's a short 5-side distance there. You can see Elysium just took over a little bit. Hansi's going to say, hang on a second, we need to work on this. Don't be surprised if we see him come back and jump a few clear rounds. There's a fitness piece here, and you know, there's also the opportunity to get in and practice at this level. He shouldn't have had that fence down. You know, you can just see the horse's body just went a little bit forward. Hansi expected him to sit back and come off his hind end a little bit more.
It is a total of 16 then for Hans-Dieter Dreher and Elysium for Germany. Well, we remain with the German riders, and one of the top in the world. He's ranked 36 in the world, in fact. Untouched LB Stallion is what Christian Alman steps forward with. He's a World Cup and European champion, and he started the year in the United Arab Emirates. Now joining us this week, part of the 10-week Doha Equestrian Tour. So many of these riders, Tom, are taking opportunity to compete not only here in Doha but across the Middle East in this winter season.
It's fantastic. This is a brilliant competition here tonight. This Amir Sword, huge prize fund. You know, when you're an athlete at this level and you're trying to get world ranking points and you've got a team of horses, and you know, these guys are working so hard, bringing on horses, producing horses, the opportunity to get into the ring, and that's where they want to be. Christian, a huge supporter of the Doha Tour. He was here, he's been here every year for the last, I don't know how many years. They really enjoy it. The arena's good. When you chat to the riders and all, you know, everybody involved here, it's a great place to be if you're into show jumping. The ground is good, the arena's superb, and look, this is the kind of performance that you get when you get a man of this caliber coming into the ring. He sat out last night. He really has his eyes on this, I suspect. He started off really well now, so watch the control that he has. He does it so well. Soft in, brilliant balance. And again, look at the length of rein. Allows the horse to express himself over the jump, but keeps that, you know, that subtle control all the time. Now, come through the corner, makes it look so easy. Now sits quiet again. This 1.60 m helps the horse. You can see just supports him off the front rail. We're going to see the same again. And now he sits quiet, leaves a stride out, go the easy way. If in doubt, they have an option on the last line. Brilliant.
77.95, a clear for Christian Alman. Untouched LB through to the second round.
Yeah, that's just copybook. Just what we expect from this man. He's such a talent. Look at the soft light hand that he has, that lovely position over the jump. It makes it look so easy. And look at the horse, just walks out of the ring like he's going for a hack.
So that means 6 clear, 6 guarantee their spot with the 13 quota again. As a reminder, we still have 27 left to go, so sit back and relax as we continue with Sweden's Vilma Hellström and CCBJN. She was part of the team that won the European gold medal in 2023. She was part of the World Cup final in Basel last year and goes for Sweden.
This lady loves the big occasion. Championships, Grand Prix. The bigger the better. There you can see just canters down that 7-stride distance, makes a couple of little minute adjustments, make sure the horse is getting there, and that's the kind of control you need if you want to jump one of these Juliana Fasani's courses. Now backs up off that tall plank, and now you'll see she'll just let the mare float around the corner here and then square it all up, get the leg on. Again, you can see, oh, the front rail is gone. Look how soft and light the contact is, and yet the control is there. Minimal interference, no resistance. Beautiful. Unfortunately, I don't know if the viewers can notice it, but this mare has only got one eye. She's missing her eye on the right-hand side. Doesn't affect her. We've seen plenty of horses come through our sport that may have lost an eye. Just the rider has to be that little bit more conscious to make sure they can see it, and you can see ever so slightly the mare just carries her head a little bit to the right.
Well, just the one knockdown for Vilma Hellström and CCBJN, 74.87.
Yeah, great performance. As I say, this lady is, you know, the bigger the better. Loves the big arena, loves championship performance, and the mare looks fantastic. It's the slightest of touches on that oxer on her way down to the combination. What a pity. Watch the mare's ears. It's brilliant the way she's almost talking to Wilma, listening to her, taking it all in. Foot perfect down there.
Well, Sean, maybe just on that, you know, years and years ago, those poles were a lot heavier. And now as the sport has developed, the poles are lighter, the cups are shallower. I mean, the slightest touch of those poles, or even the plank, is gone.
Yeah, look, even if you watch the guys when they're picking up the fences there now, they can almost flick it on their toe and throw it up in the air. No, the poles are so light. But to be fair, the horses are so valuable, they're so careful. We expect them, so that this is not about having heavy poles. That day is long gone, but the surfaces are good, the arenas are good, and that's the standard now.
Well, one man that will be eyeing that €500,000 to the winner is the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's Abdullah Al-Shabat. This is a young man that won the 3-star World Cup Grand Prix in Kuwait. He's also won the 3-star Grand Prix 2 weeks ago here in Doha. And he won the Kuwait 3-star Grand Prix in January as well with Derivea. This is the world's ranked 56th rider, Abdullah Al-Shabat.
Very competitive rider. This is a 13-year-old mare by Ballard de Rouet out of a Dumont Assembly. Real solid French breeding. But as you've just gone through, you know, they do a lot of traveling nowadays, and there's great opportunities in this part of the world. He was in Kuwait last week, and we had an off week here. He went to Kuwait and won a Grand Prix there. Now he's back here again to compete here for the Amir Sword. Now makes a big adjustment here. So round the corner, this big oxer, and then down to the combination again. So he's got to control this 6 strides. Gets in well, really high in the middle. Heads up towards the pocket. And now back around the corner. There's a big oxer now when he comes around this corner. And then a quiet 6 to that really tall planks in the light brown color. So he's got to wait here. Sits really quiet. Gives the horse, oh, it has a rub, but leaves it there. Now he's one more jump. Has another rub. Last fence coming up.
Could it be clear? Number 7, he kicks in between the oxer, but they remain in position. Abdullah Al-Shabat for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, clear as he celebrates. We need a replay of that, Tom.
Yeah, he's worked really hard here. Kept it together. Actually, he had more control at the latter end of the track, if you watch. Brilliant there. Sat lovely and quiet down that distance. Had a little rub. Now watch here, this bit's fine. Jumps that, 2, 3, 4, 5. And here he's a long way off. Watch what she does with her hind legs. You don't get away with that very often.
Incredible, incredible. Let's see what they will be able to do in the second round. That is the fastest of the clears, so that means that Abdullah will be the last to go in round 2. It's a reverse order of the times from the first round. As we go to Eoli Mantilanu and the Actristre Toxandria. This gal, it's a Belgian-born blood and a lady that was the first Greek to qualify for the Olympics in equestrian sports since her mum, and that was 20 years before she did. For Greece.
This is a superstar of a horse, Latisa Foxa. He's a 15-year-old now. Saw him jump last night, he had a fence down, but I think he's coming back to form. Looked really well. You can see he's a big-bodied horse, but he's got such a conscience. Plain noseband, little Pelham. Very talented young rider in the saddle. She's getting used to success at the highest level. Very good last year on the Global Champions Tour. Jumped in the Olympics. I'm sure she has her eyes set on the World Equestrian Games in Aachen. Put together a nice string of horses now, but this is her top boy. Oh, he's had a rub on the wall, but it stayed there. Well, unfortunately, second part of the double is gone. Now sets up for the combination. Interesting to see what she does. That fence down now, I think will make her mind up for her. May decide, no, she's going to put her hand up. She's decided not tonight. 2 fences down.
Well, it is 8 faults then before she completes the course. The element telling you there for a second time raises her hands and indicates to the ground jury she is going to retire La Artiste Tux Andrea. It's a really tough challenge out there. It's a really tough course, but so it should be, Tom. I mean, it's a 1.5 million euro Grand Prix, the richest in the region we have ever seen.
Yeah, and it's there to be jumped. It's a jumping competition. The first round, we got 13 coming back. It allows the course builder to really set a proper challenge when you know that it's not just the clear rounds, and that really means that you maintain the standard for 5-star. And I think that's been, I have to say, great credit to the course builders around the world. You know, there's more shows and there's a lot of prize money, but they don't let, they never let the standard drop. There's always a very good test.
Well, second last to go before we take an arena maintenance break. He's ranked in the world as number 82. He's having a great time out here in Doha. He won the 5-star speed challenge 2 weeks ago here, and he's also a winner of the prestigious Aachen and Spruce medals. But he's a European silver medalist. He's top 10 in the 3-star 1m40 immediate jump off Oreo D or Philipp Weishaupt, Germany.
Yeah, he's a prolific winner, as you say. He's won all those big classes already. He won the LGCT Grand Prix in Vienna last year with Kinneminster. We haven't seen that horse out yet. This is a really solid performer. He was clear of 4 in the Grand Prix here last on week 4. You know what a talent the man is in the saddle, and he has all the control. So let's see how he copes with this first combination. Very nice, and again, watch that lovely soft contact. Oh, the back rail is gone again. Well, that's the decision he's going to make. He's going to stay going. You can see he's already up the pace a little bit. Good in the combination. Now, just stays up on the inside line. He's not going to hang around. You can see these top riders have a clock in their head. They know exactly where they are. Look, he's way up on the inside to compare to everybody else. And if he can keep it on the 4, he'll be looking to get back in, to sneak back into the second round. And he looks like he could be doing that. He's not too bad on the time. Leave all the fences up. Oh, no.
Well, it's the last 2 down. It's going to be a total of 12 then for Philipp Weishaupt and Oreo D or Germany.
Yeah, he was trying. Look, he knew he had a fence down. You can see he really changed pace after he had jumped the combination. You can see just barely clipped that. And now made a decision then, try and get a fast four faulter. So he turned up really tight to the last line. And then once he'd had that second fence down, there was nothing else he could do.
Well, we'll say bye-bye to Tom for now, and he will be joining the team in the studio in just a moment, as this is the last to go before the arena maintenance break, and that will be the halfway point of this. 23 remaining and 7 clears. That quota again, 13, or all the clears will be invited back. For the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia now, this is Kamal Abdullah Bahmadan, Humphrey G. Gelding. This is 14 years old. He's a Pan-Arab Games hero, and yesterday was his birthday. So happy belated birthday to him. 5-time Olympian, getting underway with a refusal at the first fence. He's broke the beam, so that will be considered a refusal. He was 5th in yesterday's 145 one-round speed in our 5-star jumping. That's so disappointing. Right from the get-go. Not even knocked the rail, but just the refusal. But there we go, the back rail is down of fence number 3. Into the first combination. Big scope over the plank. Very lucky. Over fence number 6. He is deciding to continue with the refusal and 1 knockdown. He will most certainly also have time penalties. And the second refusal slides into the second element, and it is elimination then for the Saudi Arabian rider Kamal Abdullah Bahmadan, and Humphrey G. Just not quite able to, that's that refusal there. Just going into it, just a moment of concentration and lack of communication there. As he comes around. Well, that is the conclusion of the first half of the 5-star Grand Prix here. His Highness the Amir Sword, 1.5 million euro of a prize fund. And we will have a look at the scoreboard. Abdullah Al-Shabatali, he's the fastest of the clears. Second, Khaled Al-Mabathi. Well, then we go down to Yana Frederica Maynard Zimmerman, Harry Charles, and Shoni, Christian Alman, Hassan Senturk. They are the 7 clears on your screen that have guaranteed their spot back in to the second round. Further down the line, the fastest of the 4 falters, but that's Vilma Hellstrom. Second fastest 4 falter is Santiago Lambre, all the way down to 13. Well, that's the 8 falter, and that's Andreas Schow, Denmark. So we will be back with you in just a moment, but do not go anywhere as we have some halftime analysis from the studio team.
Great start then to His Highness the Amir's Sword. This fantastic Grand Prix that many of these riders really want to win. 1.5 million euros on the line tonight, and of course that sensational sword trophy as well. Well, 7 clears on the board so far. Tom, you've been taking us through all of the action. You just said to me, perhaps a collection you might have expected to go through here.
it's always amazing when you go out and you walk the course, you look at the challenge that the course builder has set, you go, wow, this is so big, so technical, and then they come in, and Ines was the first one in, and she just jumped around like it was a training track. So the hats off to the horse and riders, they've been superb. Yeah, we've had a few unlucky, sad stories, but you know, fence down, they've been a bit disappointed. Some have gotten, you know, almost all the way around and had the last fence or the last couple of fences down, but we've had 7 of them have come in and really rose to the challenge and put on an exhibition. Looking at the second half of the field, I think we're going to see a few more do it, and I expect we're going to have close to our 13 clear rounds.
You just mentioned at the start there, Ines Jolie, you know, she was our first clear, and I just have to comment on, you know, we saw those images of some of these riders. She was beaming from ear to ear, and we often say with these Grand Prix, they all want to jump clear. It means a lot to them. But you can see from her face, it really does tonight.
Yeah, I need the riders in here. You know, maybe there's some cold, ice cold customers that can keep it all in. But underneath, they're all sports people. They're really up for it. There's a great atmosphere here when you're walking the course earlier on, or even walking around the showgrounds this afternoon. You can feel it building. You know, there's apprehension, there's excitement in the air. It's great, all the crowd that have come in to watch it. And the riders, they get power from that. You know, that they get a great feeling from that. They really rise to the challenge. And then you walk into the ring, you see all those fences, you know, the sword is out, the whole spectacle is there, but fair play to the riders across the board. They've really stepped up and they've made it look really jumpable and put on a fantastic first half of the class.
Something else I wanted to mention, it seemed in the first half there that actually one of the most common scores was 8. A lot of riders having 2 fences. Do you think there's a particular reason for that?
You have to say that again, I missed it, sorry.
Sorry, Tom, I was just saying a lot of riders have had 8 faults, a lot of them having 2 fences rather than 1. Do you think there's perhaps a lot of the related lines there having an impact?
Because we're bringing back the top 13 horses or all the clear rounds, and we've only had 7, so if you've had a fence down, you start to think very quickly, if I can be a fast 4 faulter, I'm going to get in. So you saw Philip Wysett there, he had a fence down and he really put the hammer down and speeded up on the second half of the track just to come unstuck on the last line. So all of a sudden he went from 4 to 12. And you see a few other riders who were on 4 decide, you know, I'm really going to up the ante here and try and get in, sneak in here at the back end of the, you know, the 13, and then they'll nick a rail and be out.
So the pressure very much on for this competition. Of course, they really, really do want to try to get through to that second round. Remember, the clears, the top 13 are intended to go through, but we will take more if there are more clears. Very quickly, let's take a look at the rest of the order, the second half then. So some big names to come here again. Quite a few riders who again have had success in this ring in the past. Edwina Tops-Alexander early to go. Scott Brash on the list as well. Kristen van der Veen, she's been on the podium multiple times this week, in fact, excuse me.
The second half is stacked again. The names that you've mentioned are obviously really talented. I'm looking forward to watching Evie Jobs. She's a beautiful horse as well. Peter de Vos comes back as, you know, there's enough of them there definitely to fill all those spots and maybe a few extras. Again, don't forget they'll have had the advantage of watching the first half jump the track. They'll know the time is not massively influential. They'll have seen how the course is riding. So it gives them a little bit of an advantage. Remember that the crowd is out here now, they're fixing the footing again, so they get a fresh footing, and that's going to be advantageous to the first few that come back in again. I expect we'll have our 14 clears.
Very much looking forward then to the second half. We'll let Tom get back up to his commentary position to take us through the rest of the action. But what a competition this has been so far. 7 clears to date. How many will we have in total? Behind us, the atmosphere continues to build as we approach the second half of round 1. The cafes that line the edge of the arena are packed out with spectators, all eager to see these world stars in action. We're coming down to the second half of His Highness the Amir's sword, and we cannot wait to see how it progresses.
Thank you, Hannah. Thank you, Tom, and welcome back to the second half from the commentary box as we overlook this magnificent arena. It is a coliseum of show jumping, and you may think it is brand new. In fact, it's not. It was built a number of years ago, and it still is in such pristine condition. Well, this is the pinnacle of the Qatari season here in this His Highness Amir's show, but just look at some of the joy and jubilation from some of the riders as they have gone clear. Christian Alman, Santiago there. It really does mean a lot here for them, even when they're so used to winning. Well, let's see who will be joining them. It's 7 clears so far, 2 with 4 faults. In this format, we want 13 or all the clears. The quota is clears. Just look at the smile of Anaïs Joly, the precision there of Harry Charles, the scope as he jumps over that fence. And he's pretty pleased. I will be too if I was in contention to take home €1.5 million. That is what's up for grabs. The winner would walk away approximately $500,000 of that. An incredible amount of money, the richest Grand Prix in the region. Well done to the Qatari Federation here and to Alshaqab for putting on such an amazing show and prize money up for grabs. Well, in Qatari culture, the sword is a mark of the ultimate honor and responsibility. Winning the sword is widely considered the highest achievement a rider can reach on Qatari soil. We have no Qatari riders through to the second round so far, even those with faults. Let's see if we can get one in the second half of this first round coming up, as we welcome the next day. So the gelding that's 13 years old by the Montesame. Riding Dawson is Turkey's Alyssa Rodrigo Zazidi. Reminder of the format, 13-year-old clears, as we say. They come into round 2 in the reverse order of their penalties and times. The fastest will go last. Slowest will go first. We just need to confirm that. We're waiting for that to be confirmed. That is the second round, and then if there's the equality of penalties again in the second round, we go to that all-important jump off. We will have a 15-minute break between round 1 and 2, but do not fear, we will have plenty of analysis coming up for you. Well, we're well underway here with Alyssa. Here's the wall that has the gap underneath it. Slight rub of the front element, first element. The second element is down the plank of that vertical. Remains composed in the related distance down to the oxer. Pushes in to the oxer with the front rail down, and another knockdown. The first element of the triple combination. She's continuing on, wanting to gain the experience. 12 faults at the moment. And this is the second last line. Slight hesitation going into that. There will be refusal then. 6 seconds added for the disturbance. The arena crew will readjust that. Let's see if she will continue. I say she's just taking a little moment to gather her thoughts, and it looks like she's going to run here to the first fence. We're going to have indicated the fence is ready to be jumped again, but she is in fact going to loop around the fence number 2 and jumps that vertical. So by doing so, that indicates to the ground jury she is going to retire Dawson. So the key is Alyssa Rodrigo Zazadi. Back in with me here in the commentary box, running up and down the stairs all week, and for 2 weeks at that, is Tom Frame.
And keep my steps up.
Indeed. As we go to the world number 20. If anyone knows about winning a Grand Prix in this arena, is this man. He's done the Doha double, LGCT Grand Prix back-to-back. He was second in the 150 jump-off class at 5-star level in week 3 of the tour. He's an Olympic veteran riding this fabulous mare, Watlin Bonami, is Belgium's Abdel Said.
Yeah, this was one of the Prix race favourites. Has all the competition experience. You can see she's a really big mare physically. She's very imposing. Great presence about her, but she's also powerful and athletic. And with this man in the saddle and all his experience, it's no wonder they're so successful on the international circuit. Now you can see he keeps her nice and connected. And he goes to jump that wall. And now Big Oxer springs out over the vertical, gives it about half a meter. Abdel's challenge with this mare is just to keep it all nice and contained, and the real challenges for her are at the latter part of the course. But he's such a talented rider, he has all the control that he needs, and just see if he can just keep it in store. Now you can see the mare just give a little bit of a skip in a buck. She's in great form. But that's not going to help on the next distance. He needs to jump the Oxer and just wait. This really careful light plank that comes up after this Big Oxer. Now, whoa. Oh, super stuff. Watch that. Now, last line coming up. He's going to leave out a stride, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, no scope.
Was clear right up to the very, very last pole. It's one down for Abdul Saeed, Watton and Bonami. So good right up until the very last second.
Yeah, we'll have to have a look at the time in series. Oh, he's ranked 10th. Unlikely he's going to get back. That's the second last fence. She lands in so far. And now she's a long way off this, but she's all the scope in the world. Just comes down on that back rail with those hind legs. And that's what she thinks about it all. Yeah, disappointed, I'm sure. He made a decision, jumped the second last fence going forward, landed in. You would have expected that mare to land the same distance out over that Oxer. Not to be this evening.
Well, a man that has all the experience behind him to tackle and conquer the track. With Equestrian Axel the 5th is the European bronze medalist. He's a Paris Olympian. And this combination placed second in the 5-star 160 Grand Prix 2 weeks ago here in Doha. He was 7th in the 5-star 1-round speed yesterday. Riding this stallion for Austria is Gottfried Puck.
Yeah, prolific winner in this arena. Over the years, he's a huge supporter of the Doha Tour. He would love to get his hands on this Grand Prix and get his hands on the sword. There you get a view. Look, there's the mask. Just connected at the back, a couple of straps on the Velcro. Again, just tries, some of the horses find it quite calming. He also has the fly fringe on, and that'll help just deaden the sound. You can hear a little bit of the music in the background, but particularly if some of the local riders are in here, the crowd can get quite animated and quite cheery.
A lot of whistling as well.
Yeah, and the horses are in behind. Just where he is now, the warm-up arena is behind that, and obviously the horses can't see it. So when they're warming up, they can hear that as well. And, you know, for some horses, that can have an influence. So settles into it now. Now gets that difficult white plank out of the way. You can see this horse has a huge stride, really covers the ground. Gottfried is just sitting really quiet now. Just try and keep it all balanced. Trusts his horse. Has a little rub on the back rail, but it's gone. Now into the combo. And really foot perfect out through that. The challenge now for him is that this horse is not the quickest across the ground. So even if he does come on the 4 faults, he's going to find it difficult to sneak in as a quick 4 faulter. We have 3 of them, I believe, so far. Now, wants to stay on the 4, keep it together, and wait on the 5. No, heads for the 4.
Really pushes over that final fence. It's 76.95 and 4 faults for Gottfried Puck. He ranks 11th, so probably not in contention.
Yeah, he's kind of cast. The cast was die. The die was cast already for him, I'm afraid. This horse, as I say, not the quickest across the ground. Did very well. He's so unlucky here because he's such a scopy horse. Just misread that Oxer. Brilliant down here. Watch, he lands here. 1, 2, 3. Watch how far off he is here. That's how brave that horse is. Abdel tried to do the same thing, but didn't quite get there.
Proceeding now to the Belgian rider, Niels Bruinseels, Oggy van der Vosberg. He was third in the 5-star World Cup of Grand Prix in Amsterdam. He's previous winner of the Dutch Masters and an absolute Nations Cup specialist. So next, as our 26th pairing to step forward.
12-year-old gelding. Echo van Stevid out of a Clinton mare. You can see he's got those little blinds just on left, just behind the horse's eyes. They're just little fittings that go onto the side of the bridle just to keep the horse looking out in front. They can only be a certain width and they come to regulation size just to help the horse concentrate, not look around. Some horses can be quite sensitive to what the rider is doing. This is a very intelligent horse, you can see. Ears pricked, looking out in front all the time, and Niels is such a talented rider. Oh, he's quiet in there, but he knows his horse's trusts the horse's scope. So now he can move up around the corner here. This is a big oxer, and then he's down to the combination. Nice and forward here. Now he's going to sit quiet, makes an adjustment, waits up. Now a little press here. Now balance, whoa, and again, watch how quiet the rider sits. Again, gets his horse nice and straight. Look at this horse's expression. Ears are pricked. Again, you see the experience, just moves around the corner as smooth as he can. Canters to straight. Now sits quiet again. This is a difficult jump. Brilliant. Looks like we could have another clear round. Pop this. He'll go to 5. 3, 4, 5.
He keeps it up. He is clear. He's through to the second round. Niels Bruinseels, Oggy van der Vosberg, 76.78.
Perfectly executed. Absolutely foot perfect all the way. Micklem type bridle, little pelham, single rein. Beautiful setup. Great control all the way through. Love watching this partnership. Really good quality riding all the way. Little bit of a rub going into the combination. And then watch Niels, how quiet he sits, how balanced he is, and again, allowing the horse to use itself.
When we look now at some of those clear rounds, like that is shaping up to be quite a second round. Some of those names, Abdullah Al-Shabat, Yana, that defended Harry, and now Niels, along with initially Christian Ahmed Hassan, like these are some of the best riders in the world.
Any one of those with clear rounds outside are fancying their chances of winning this. There's none of them going to be happy with second place, I can assure you.
Well, let's continue to Duarte Sabre. He's a 2-time World Equestrian Games participant. He's previously competed at eventing internationally, second in a 150 5-star class back in January. He won a 3-star and 4-star Grand Prix in Doha last year with Dourados. Duarte Sabre, Portugal.
Yeah, this is a horse he has great rapport with. We saw him a lot last year. And nice and fresh horse. We saw him at the Globals, we saw him championships. Duarte has really developed into one of the most talented riders here on the circuit. Sits lovely and quiet again. Really enjoys the sport. We had a chat with Carol G, one of his main owner here yesterday. She came to studio. It was great to get a bit of insight from her. This looks really good now. Duarte settling into the rhythm very nicely. Dourados is a 13-year-old, plenty experience by Corner Dublinsky. Out of a Corner Dublinsky mare, I should say. Whoa! You can see, landed in there and just got a bit flat-footed. Duarte immediately went to try and rectify things, but wasn't going to happen. But as you mentioned, the poles, the safety cups, we see it here now. Sits quiet on the distance. Looks good. Everything's perfect here. Maybe a little stall off the ground, but just, whoa, he's a long way away from that. Horse puts his foot through that pole, but nowadays with the safety cups, no harm done. Everything just drops away. Now, unlikely that he is going to come back to the combination. No, he's heading to the first fence. That's a clever move. Consummate horseman that he is. Something wasn't right. I would say these horses are uber careful. They see something like that and it goes a little bit wrong. They're very slow to come back the next time. They'll be very cautious. He can come back next week now, pop a few smaller classes, get his confidence back, and we'll see him back stronger.
So deciding to retire Duarte Sebre Duaros for Portugal. And I guess there was absolutely zero recovery after that sort of landing in the middle. Very, very difficult to continue up to the third. And then there's really not much point after that little fright, maybe. Just calm things down and then
discretion is the better part of valor at that occasion.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, look, these guys, you can see the horse, before we even saw it, Duarte was already knew what was happening. He tried to give the horse a little tap on the shoulder. He'd already, you know, slipped his reins. He had done everything. He knew it was after falling apart long before we even realized it.
Well, proceed now to the lady that is going for the United States of America. Eve Jobs comes forward with Canto Bruno. She's a Pan-American bronze medalist, World Cup finalist, and was the leading lady at the Winter Equestrian Festival. She was third in our 5-star 160 Grand Prix in January here in Doha for the USA. Eve Jobs.
Canto Bruno is absolutely gorgeous gelding. You can see he's lovely and light, so athletic. Great expression again, and I love that American style, lovely and forward, get into a rhythm straight away. And then you watch Eve, just her hands impeccable all the time, her balance, and then that transfers across into how she balances this horse. Again, here now just keeps it quiet, pops the wall, and now moves up, comes to the double. Now watch, you just support him. Super control. Oh, a little rub. Now, that'll just remind him, keep him up to the bridle. Come on, big fella. Big Oxer now just sits quiet on the 6. Oh, he's brave up here. He backs up beautifully. Goes high, good technique. Now, keep coming on the spending line to the pocket. Keep your leg on. Sends him forward. And now just regroup very, very quickly. Come here. Pigeons, get out of the way. They're in the way. Sit quiet on the 6. Stay off this fence. Now the same on the last line. The water trays at the back. We will go to 5, I'm sure. 1, 2, 3, 4. Beautiful.
Really nice round there for Eve Jobs. Canto Bruno for the United States of America, 79.66. That's ranked 8th, guaranteeing her spot in the second round. Clear round number 9.
Beautifully done. Really smart horse, but she made everything happen. She presented him beautifully to every fence. Had a little rub early. There we go, you can just see that coming out of the combination. But in fairness to Eve, she was spot on. Here, beautiful control here on the last line. Look at this. Sits, perfect position. That's copybook stuff. And there, look at that. Brilliant out over that back rail. Gives him every chance. Thoroughly deserves a clear round.
Well, she'll be really pleased with that as we go to the Brazilian man, Sergio Nipperman Jr. This is Carina Blue. He's represented Brazil at major events, including Falsterbo, Rolex. This is his second year out here at the Doha Equestrian Tour. So for Brazil, Sergio Nipperman Jr.
Starts off, picks up a really strong canter. You can see this is not the biggest horse, so has to keep the canter nice and alive. She's a 13-year-old mare by Alshaqab Blue, Alessandro mare. Ooh, goes high in the wall. Now, keep everything organized here. Big Oxer for this little mare. She's super technique. And watch her ears again. Another little horse, really intelligent. She takes it all in. You can see gag snaffle, really big ring on those. That's a feature we see quite a bit nowadays. Now, whoa, unfortunately, punches the front rail out.
Looks like he's going to pull up. So deciding to retire there, Sergio Nipperman Jr., Carina Blue.
Yeah, tactical decision, I think, there. This is a big ask for the mare. You really need to keep things stoked up. He knew the combination was coming up next as well. So Well, having had the first fence down, that put him on 8. There was no way he was coming back after that.
Tom, there's lots of fences out there that some of the viewers might be wondering why they haven't been jumped. This format, the 2-rounder, it's an extra element of it, not just like the jump off where the course is rearranged. There's some brand new fences out there, and it's a really, really dynamic element.
There's a whole new course out there. Our second round is a completely different course. We will use 1 or 2 of the fences, jumping them in the opposite direction. But other than that, we have a whole lot second course in the middle of the arena that the riders have already had a look at, and that's what they're going to come back and have a challenge. My understanding is they will get an opportunity to walk it again. We weren't really sure.
Yes, they will. We got that confirmed, so they will between 15 minutes. So,
well, most of the riders have already walked the second track, but I'm sure those that are coming back will appreciate a second look at it and a fresh look at it. You know, there's a lot to take in the plan, but their trainers and supporters will have been called in to help them as well, and the notes will have been taken. We move on.
Roger Chamas, London di San Giovanni, the stallion. He rides for Lebanon.
Another one with a bit of dapple on his shoulder. We've seen some with dapple on the hindquarters. Oh, he goes very high over the wall. He's a 10-year-old stallion by London Eurocommerce. And really scopy horse. So Rogers keeps up a good canter now. Now he wants to jump this, and then he's going to just have to keep everything quiet into the combination. Horse goes very high again. So whoa, slow down. Now you can press. Now keep the balance. Very good, makes a real adjustment there. Now the stallion is super jumper. Really flicks his back end there, but you see now he's just dragging Roger around the place a little bit. Roger's going to need a bit of control for these last 2 lines. He has to hold it together and work hard. And quite clever, he's drifted across the line a little bit to make space on the second last line. He's going to need to do something special here to get home. What's he opting to do? Going for the 5.
A little whistle in the arena to push him on. 76.96. More importantly, a clear for Roger Chamas with London di San Giovanni to go through the round 2.
Yeah, he was very clever. Looked like he was running out of control. Everything was starting to get a little bit ropey up in the top corner, but Roger sat lovely and quiet. Jumps out of boxer there, was very clever. This is down to the combination. Watch the horse through the combination. He's so scopy, and how he uses his back end is just amazing. Watch, he's good on the vertical. Now on the oxer, look at this. Kicks out, then super strong, holds his balance, keeps his body together. Roger on the last line just let the horse, second last line, let the horse drift a little bit to make a bit of room on it for himself, because he knew he'd kind of run out of brakes. And then very patient to the last.
10 clears, so very unlikely for some of those fast 4 falters to be in with a chance here this evening. We continue with a 5-time Olympian. She was twice a Longines Global Championship overall champion. She won the first of the special Grand Prix, Super Grand Prix, correction, in the LGCT also, and the first lady to ever win €1 million, part of the LGCT, with Iron Dams Cidello, Edwina Tops, Alexander, Australia.
Yeah, this is a super horse. She took on the ride on this at the back end of last year, and it's just been getting stronger and stronger. I can't wait to see what they do this year. Cidello's a 12-year-old now, so at the top of his game. By Casadello, out of a Forsyth mare. But you can watch, look how high he goes. Brilliant technique, look at his front legs. This is their first 5-star Grand Prix together by my reckoning. They've been working up towards this, but there's definitely have all the ingredients. Edwina using all her experience now. She sends him to the oxer, and look how she supports him to the combination. Again, brilliant coming out. Locks onto the oxer, makes him an adjustment. Whoops, he's gone high. Misread the back rail. I thought he must have thought that was a vertical by the way he came up off the ground. Oops. Right, just got a little bit confused now. I think the horse misjudged the previous fence.
How distraction can it be for that fence heading towards the inner gate as well for some of these horses?
Big screen is at the back as well. You're coming past the pocket. And look, here he goes. You can see how he actually stalled off the ground. that oxer in particular is very, very square, and I'm just wondering when he came up around the corner, did he not see the back rail? Because it looked like when he went to jump it, he realized it was an oxer. Now, when that's happened, all of a sudden he's like, hang on, he's at 6s and 7s. So when he came around the corner, I know in fairness to the poor horse, he's a little bit kind of, I'm not sure what's going on here. And if in doubt, I think Edwina's just taking the right idea here now, you know. Just nice and quietly, give him a pat, just come back out of the arena. He's obviously got a little bit confused, a little bit frazzled. She'll go back out. She might even give him a little pop outside in the warm-up now, and they'll settle down. There's plenty of classes for this horse to jump, and they'll build back up, but they are going to be superstars.
A superstar in the arena now. You can see the Longines armband on him, indicating he is the new #1 in the world. Riding Hello Folly is Scott Brash, a Rolex Grand Slam winner, and what a year he started off here in the Doha Equestrian Tour. 5 Grand Prix wins in January alone for Great Britain.
Yeah, this little mare, her enthusiasm is just, she wears it on her sleeve. She's such a jumping machine. We watched her last year, particularly to Europeans. It was just amazing what she did. And you can see, a little powerhouse. She's not the biggest lady. She's just all action. Wants to go and jump the fences. Watch her ears. She's just like, let me at it. I want to do this. Oh, a little bit too keen in the double. You can see she just carried the jump in too far, and I think just physics got against her there. There was no way she'd just get her body back quick enough. Now, Scott will have that figured out if he can. No, second fence down. We won't see her go too much further, I imagine. Look at her skip down through the combination. She's such an athlete. She's quite fresh, so Scott will be working this out now, whether he wants to keep coming and give her a round. No, that'll be it, I'd say. No. Whoa. Yeah, he just had a look up at the big screen as he came around the corner, saw the score, and now puts his hand up and says, okay, we've gone far enough. Mare looked very fresh tonight. It's early in the season. She's obviously very energetic and very enthusiastic. Looks brilliant, but you can see here, she comes down. Watch how far in she lands here. And she just makes it so difficult for herself. She tries to get high with her body, but she just hasn't got the timing.
She's so fast as well.
Yeah, she's just, it's an extra, like, and again, she just was so enthusiastic at that jump. She just needs to calm down. A couple more rounds and she'll be back in the winner's enclosure, I have no doubt.
Well, that is Scott Brash deciding to retire Hello Folly. We continue to the world number 44, and this lady is also dominating here in Doha. She won 3-star two-phase special competition here yesterday and has 18 top 10 performances since she has arrived here, and she's only competed for 1.5 weeks. Part of those are 5 wins, including a jump-off competition riding Bull Run's Gira is Kristen van der Veen.
Yeah, she's had a brilliant tour. She normally would be based in Florida this time of the year, and she's a prolific winner on the far side of the Atlantic. She's won all the big classes. She was, you know, she's won a 155. She was 5th last week in the Grand Prix on this horse. This horse was 3rd in the Hampton Classic as well last year. So she's well used to competing at the very highest level. It's fantastic to have her here. It's an international dimension.
And she's from Florida, and she's came over to Doha for this experience.
Yeah.
I mean, with all those shows on our doorstep.
I think there's a lot of people in Florida delighted that she's come here and left them alone, because she's been a force to be reckoned with here, and so competitive and so quick. Second fence now, is they're going to keep her out of this Grand Prix. She's enjoying the experience here. We did chat to her up in studio yesterday, and I think there's a bit of a building program going on here again. She has some young horses. She's 9 horses here with her, she was telling us. It's, so she's put her hand up. She's going to retire. A couple of fences on the ground. There is no point. There's a few more weeks of jumping ahead of her. She's here we go. We'll see this. Just comes up a little bit. Didn't back off that enough and had it on the way up. And then we watch this big oxer going into the double. That back rail is a difficult jump. Jump start, and there's that plank again on the flat cup, so it has another victim.
Well, we have 10 clears and 11 left to go. Let's hear from the reigning recipient of the sword, and also one of the clears through to round 2, from Jana Frederica Meyer-Zimmermann.
Yannick, you're defending champion this year and you've just gone clear. How are you feeling at this stage of the competition?
I'm super proud and grateful for my horse. He's an upcoming horse and we built him up very slowly here. We have him since he's 5 years old. He's a proved stallion, but today for sure it's the biggest class he ever jumped and I'm really proud how he did it.
It's obviously tough competition up there. How do you cope with the pressure and keep the mindset clear?
I mean, normally I'm quite good with pressure, but I think the most difficult part is always to stay with yourself and your horse. I mean, the course is different for everyone, so you walk your course and you know your horse, and then you make your own plan, and then you have to stick to it.
Khaled also went clear, and he was obviously runner-up to you last year. Does that add to the pressure at all?
I mean, we have some of the best riders in the world over here, so for sure there's a lot of pressure and competition, but I'm excited for the next round.
You've obviously ridden in stadiums all over the world. What does it mean to you be here again?
We already last time had a very warm welcome, and I have to say I really like the mentality over here, and I'm here with my family. We have a beautiful time. And yeah, now we focus on the sport, of course, but it's great to be here and it's such a great atmosphere, big venue, wonderful ring. So I hope I can pull another good round off.
Well, so do we. Best of luck and thank you for talking to us.
Well, how wonderful to hear from Jana Frederica Mayer Zimmerman. Let's see, will she be able to do it again? Back-to-back wins. Well, she was the only female recipient of it, so the pressure is on. I'm sure, as you say, Tom, all of these riders that have gone clear, they're all eyeing for that top prize.
Yeah, anybody who's clear, they're going to come back out. As I say, you've got to beat the course builder the next time as well, and then you can settle down and have a look around and see who's still standing. There's a lot to be jumped for here, but it's about jumping first and foremost. It's a proper big 5-star Grand Prix over 2 rounds with then the jump off. Slightly unusual format. Oh, big crowd up on the kiss and cry. That's Tom Slattery there. He's one of the top trainers now, looking after the one operation.
Well, this is the first for the home crowd here. The first for the home nation is Filisuit Al-Ajami and Watnan Quattro, who is part of the Rio Olympics. He is also a previous recipient of His Highness the Amir's sword back in 2019. He's eyeing that sword again this year for the state of Qatar.
Yeah, he was clear when first round the jump off class last night with this horse, and then withdrew from the second round, saving it for tonight. It's only a 10-year-old, but a super talented horse. Another big investment that they've made, and look how extraordinary the jump is. This is the way he went last night in the 155 class, and he's come out now in the 160 and he does the same thing. He must have phenomenal scope, this horse. So let's see now if he can also add up the control. I think he's a horse, if you get him in the right place, he can definitely jump it. It's just a case of now, can we just keep it all on a nice even keel? Big Oxer, good shot in. Horse just, again, we'll talk about physics just getting in the way. The horse landed so far in. Really difficult for him just to get back on his haunches and get himself back off that top rail. So he's on 4 now. He wants to keep it on that if he has to have any chance of coming back. Our quickest 4 falter is on 74.87, so that's not hanging around. Oh, back rail again, heading up the hill there. It doesn't hard to see on the television, but there is a slight incline up there to the pocket. I think that may have caught that horse out on this occasion. He's just a 10-year-old, so you have to give him a little bit of leeway for lack of experience. Comes to the last line, pops the vertical. He's got to wait. No, he doesn't. Yes, load the scope, go for the 4.
Powers over that finish line, 80.10, but 2 on the ground. That's disappointing for Qatar's Filisuit Al-Ajami, Watnan Quattro.
As a 10-year-old, I don't expect he's a lot of experience at this level. I'm sure he'll benefit from this round in particular. You know, he'll know what the challenges are. He can go back, do a little bit of fine-tuning. Just needs a tad more control. But definitely the horse has all the scope and a really strong conscience. Wants to leave the poles in the cups.
Well, we have two more hopefuls for the home crowd here in Doha, which we continue to a man that's already on the podium this week. He won the first of the 5-star competitions on day number 1. Well, he's also had 3 podium finishes this week with Dorete. This mare is Brazil's Marlon Mondolo Zanotelli.
Yeah, she's the oldest horse in the class. She's 17 years of age, so she's been there and done that over the years. Lots of experience. And Marlon's just one of our quality riders. See the Ashford Farm. Coat of arms on the side there, all long associated with the car's operation there. This mare has been very solid over the last couple of seasons. Jumps a lot of big rounds. Love the expression. Watch what she does with her front legs again. Oh, that's the slightest of touches. That's really unlucky. She was clear in front. I'm sure she just touched it with her hind legs. We'll have to wait for the replay. A really good shot of Marlon coming around the corner there. How balanced he is. Focus on that front rail. Now sits back. Gets the mare to sit back also. Give her every chance in the combination. And the mare is brilliant. You watch how she pats her feet on the ground in the middle there before she jumps the last part. He's always one of these riders, when you see him, he sits so quiet, he makes it look so easy, does everything he can to make it as light as possible for the horse. Again, sits back and see what option he takes here. Will he go 4? Will he go 5? 4 is the 5.
So with the 4, 76.68 for Brazil's Marlon Mondolo Zanotelli, and Dorete will be outside of the eligibility to be even considered at this point, unfortunately, here this evening.
What a pity. Watch this. Slight as a touch, is really good in front. Just moves her hind legs ever so slightly to the left. That's brilliant here on the last line. Look at the balance, look at the control and organisation from Marlon and the mare. What a pity.
So to the world number 19 now. He's ranked 2nd in the Western European League also. And this is a rider that was 5th in the World Cup of Bordeaux last week with EIC. Cooley Jump the Q, and Irish Sport Horse Gelding is Austria's Max Kuhner.
Yeah, very talented horse. Max, obviously, one of the best riders in the world. What's he ranked up in the top 20 in the world at the moment? Wins a lot of classes. Cooley competes at the highest level. Led by Pam Walsh. Cooley Jump the Q is his full name, by OBOS Quality. Oh, sorry, by Pacino out of an OBOS Quality mare. We've seen him travel all over the world. Real blood horse. You can see the way he carries himself. Really expressive. Now, on his day, he's as good as any horse in the world, and particularly against the clock. So, up this big oxer. And now keeps it organised for the combination. In very neat and tidy. Oh, he looks like he's on form tonight. Again, simple snaffle with a really soft plastic mouthpiece. Loads of control here on the 6 strides, give him plenty space. Difficult jump, holds him off it. Needs to hold off this vertical as well. And then go to 5. Last fence coming up.
Clear it is. Max Kuhner is clear round number 11. It's quick, it's precise, and 73.60 is ranked 2nd.
Yeah, that's going to be a help. A little bit early yet to be starting to get excited, but Cooley Jump the Q was on form this evening. You can see the horse really concentrating, judges everything to perfection, doesn't give anything too much space, he's just giving them enough. But when he's on form, and he definitely looks like that this evening, you see Max really helping him there. Horse is quick on his feet, again down the last line. Both horse and rider working together in tandem.
Well, that is the second quickest clear, with Abdullah Al-Shabatali still the fastest. A reminder that will come into play in the second round as we continue to the next lady to join us with this incredible Irish sport horse gelding. One of my favourites and one of the youngest winners of Longines Global Championship Tour Grand Prix. She was European Junior Champion when she picked up that gold medal in 2023. And she's ranked 7th in the FEI Under-25 rankings. From Monaco, Anastasia Nelson.
Yeah, bred by Edward Hughes in a stag stud. By Stagato Gold, out of for pleasure. Mare, really strong breeding operation down there. We've seen a lot of this horse. Anastasia added to her strong string of horses that she has already, and this is a young athlete on the up, competing at the highest level. And again, another one of these riders does everything really well, and horses really want to jump for her. Oh, starts out wonderfully here.
This is one that we know, Tom, but it was the former ride of Seamus Hughes Kennedy, which I think he won the Europeans.
Won the Young Riders. Yeah. And then was on a winning Aga Khan team. But this young lady has come to grips with this horse really quickly. He looks very comfortable, and I think a really strong pairing. She has her own Action Man as a #1 horse, I believe. But I think Rocky's going to be in contention for that now fairly soon if he can keep this together. Looks very happy. Nice partnership already. Okay, steady now on your 6. Good lad, just wait. He's super careful, this horse. Now, looks good. Hope we're okay on the time. I think we are.
It would be great if this young lady can produce a clear, and she does so magnificently. He's happy. He's walking towards the pocket as he's going to help her prepare for the second round, 76-24.
Yeah, that's Cameron Hanley. That's her trainer. He's with her all the time. Yeah, does a fantastic job. We know Cameron is a top-end competitor and a Super Nations Cup rider. And if you want to have somebody in your corner, he's a great man to have. Fountain of knowledge, but cool customer as well, and a fantastic mentor. But this young lady is a phenomenal athlete. She's taken the world by storm, and fair play to her. She gave that horse a brilliant ride all the way through. Yeah, Rocky, you deserve the pat. We'll see you back here in a little while.
Well, it's really shaping up to be a very exciting second round. 12 clears. We're just one away from filling that quota with the clear rounds, but this is one for the crowd here as we go to Qatar's Sheikh Ali Khalid Al Thani. Come on, Stanley, an Asian Games gold medalist, but he is such a consistent performer for the state of Qatar.
Come on, Stanley has been campaigned reasonably lightly last year. Really started his season later on in the year in the Global Champions Tour. He's part of the Doha Falcons team and the Global Champions League. Put up some really strong performances. He's a real scopy horse. I think he's up to full fitness now and up to championship level. I expect a really solid showing from him. We know how good Sheikh Ali Khalid Al Thani is. He's been around the world, competed at the games. He's a very polished rider and a lot of experience. Oh, we had a little rub there. Now, just keep it all together. I say, come on, Stanley. He's a very real quality horse. You can see lovely expression. Ears are pricked. So, sets up now just this oxer. Now 6 strides to the combination. Whoa, wait a little bit. Good adjustment. Keep the balance. That's brilliantly done. Again, you can see, has to ride this horse with quite a long rein because he's so expressive in the air. He needs to be able to stretch and use his back. Sheikh Ali's doing that so well. Oxer. Wait, wait. Keep off this. Brilliant. Now last line coming up again. Tall vertical water tray at the back. We go 4, we go 5, we go 5.
If he keeps this last one up, the crowd will erupt, but he doesn't. The disappointment here in the Longines Arena of Alshaqab, the front rail of the last oxer, the disappointment on his face for Sheikh Ali Khalid Al Thani. He clenches his head in disappointment, but gets a round of applause here. How disappointing.
Yeah, the crowd very... He shrugs his shoulders. He's wondering, what was I supposed to do? Brilliant, this is the third last. Look how good the horse is. comes around the corner here. I think he's done everything right. Pops this. Now he sits quiet. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Leg on. Oh, look. Horse just didn't come off the ground. I don't know if you'd see it on the bottom of the camera screen. He didn't get the two hind legs together and almost kind of slipped off the ground. Didn't have the power. This is a real scopy, careful horse. I think when they go back and look at the video, they're going to see that and they're going to say, look, it's one of those things that happens. What a pity. Would love to have seen him come back, and I'm sure the locals would too.
Well, the disappointment there. Let's see if we can get some joy from another French lady, Megan Mossinier. She was second earlier today in the 3-star immediate jump off class. She has had 4 top 7 performances this week alone. My word, what a performance she had in the 5-star Grand Prix 2 weeks ago here, placing second. She rides Cunard Tame, Megan Mossinier, France.
14-year-old by Conrad. Really competitive rider. I mean, she's on the top of her game. We saw her here last night again. She was one of the first people to come in and challenge the course builder and rode a beautiful round. Again, technically really proficient. Look, keeps the horse connected between hand and leg. Presents to the fence beautifully every time. And lovely and patient on that distance, and that takes some doing to canter down to a big oxer like that. Trust your horse. Now, you can see little sheepskin noseband on him. He carries his head quite high. Pops in. Super scope. Now, next fence comes up very quickly. It's great. Don't get caught out by the hill. Now back around the corner. Sit up and wait. Gives this a lot of respect. Turns left. Last line coming up. Could be under pressure a little bit for the time. No. Wait.
It's again a knock of that front rail on the last fence. That's twice in a row. And another rider left disappointed by the Visit Qatar oxer. 4 falls for Megan Mossinier.
Yeah, we've seen the riders go a choice. It can go either a long 4 and they've got caught out, or a short 5 and they've got caught out. So depending on your horse and then how well you can execute, it's fairly straightforward when you walk it. Course builder set it up, and it's up to the riders to make a decision. That's what we talk about, the control at the latter end of the course being such a challenge. If you do want to make the 5, you've got to make sure you've got plenty of brakes left in store and your horse is really listening to you.
Well, let's see as we enter into the final stages here. Just the 5 left to go, in fact, of His Highness the Amir's Sword Grand Prix 2026. Peter Davis is ranked 51 in the Longines World Rankings. He goes with Casual DVZ, a rider who won the La Coruña World Cup Grand Prix in December in Spain.
What a string of horses he has put together now. What the breeding program, bringing these horses all the way through. We saw them the last couple of years as, you know, up-and-coming international horses, but now they're starting to mature. Casual DV Z is a 11-year-old now by Conor Dublinski. Such a brilliant example of a modern type of show jumper for me. Really light on the ground, lovely intelligent head, scopy, careful. Look at the quality of the canter. Wow. And there, that's the ability to be able to back off and use her body. And again, look how high she is here on the oxer. Now, Peter just keeps coming through the corner. You can see we talk about, you know, trying to have the minimal interference. Sits quiet, makes an adjustment. A little skip before she jumps the last part of the combination. Just sits her up. Jen just manages to jump there. You can see how he just sat really quiet. Now, oxer again. Come on. Wait on the 6. Oh, she backs off beautifully. She's so athletic. She's so light on her feet. Last line. Here we go. Go to 5.
He was 3rd today in the 3-star World Cup Grand Prix, and he is clear through to the 2nd round. Peter Davis and Casual DVZ 78-58.
Brilliant. He was placed here last night in the jump-off class on his big grey horse. He was third. World-class rider, has the ranking to go with it, and now has the horses. That's just such a special partnership. She's such a beautiful mare.
We'll clear round number 13, so that means the quota is filled. Tom?
Yep, anything else now is a bonus. Will we get one or two? I think we might. We have, what, 4 left? Can one or two of them join the party? It won't be for the lack of effort.
Let's see as the attention turns to a man that placed 6th in that World Cup 3-star Grand Prix here today, and also 6th in the immediate jump-off today here as well. He goes with this stallion. It's Leicester for Jordan. Riding this is Abdulghani Motors.
Sets off to the first fence. This is a stallion, 10-year-old as well, by Glenfiddich. And a mare by Farmer. He's a big horse, you can see, very powerful and scopy. Abraham just sits up nicely now, gets out, pops the wall, and now keeps coming forward to the double. Jumps in a little bit on the left, settles it nicely. Well, Leicester settling into this nicely now as they go along. You can see another one with a double rein, gag snaffle, does large wings. Okay, combination. Wait. Get in nice and quietly, and then you can put your leg on, and then you can balance when you come out. That's perfectly ridden. Ooh, Cantor just got a little bit unorganized for a second. Worked really hard there, was patient and fixed it really, really well. Now, here we come again. And these last 2 very technical lines. A slight bend on this, which probably helps them a little bit. Now, turns left-handed. What's his decision? 4 or 5. Water tray. Ooh, he did well to stay in the saddle. It's only a 10-year-old. I think he was thinking about what he was going to do when he landed, and the horse just took advantage of it. Wasn't sure, just wanted to be told. Now he's going to have to 1, 2, 3, 4. How quickly it can all unravel.
The last line, 2 down, but very much over the time allowed as well with the refusal. It's 12 for jumping and 12 for time, a total of 24 with 93.29 as the time for Abdulghani Motors.
Yeah, just sitting his horse up here, you can see. This is the second last fence. Watch, he goes to push. He wants the horse just to pop it and make the 5 strides easier. But just Leicester got a little bit confused. He wondered why he was putting the handbrake on. Probably just Leicester misinterpreted. He had a little bit more brakes than he thought, and just hit that flat spot then when the horse doesn't know what to do.
This is the last opportunity for the home nation, for this home crowd. There's a sense of anticipation, a little bit of nervousness now in the air. You can feel it here in Doha. This is Watnam Isam. He is a 3-time His Highness is Sword, the Amir Sword. Let's see if he can make it 4. If he does, he will have a record as the most awards of the Sword. Riding this gelding is Bassam Mohammed for the state of Qatar.
Yeah, this horse popped around here the other night, just went to fence 8 or 9 just to get a feel of the arena. He's come in here nice and fresh. Bassam is a serious competitor. He's a multiple winner in this arena, multiple winner around the world. Based in the Netherlands for a long time. Now this is not going to happen tonight. Again, another horse that just got distracted, I think, and looked down. What you really want to do is keep your horse focused on the top brick. Don't let them see what's underneath, and watch. And again, exactly as what happened previously, when you have a little bit of an issue with a fence like that, it's difficult for these horses to come back a second time. Yeah, just give him a pat. He'll have a look at it now, and we'll come back. He'll train over it. He'll be out in another class. This horse looked really set up this evening. Beautiful big scopy type. But You have to jump them all.
So disappointing. It is elimination for Bassem, but it is nice to see him give it a little tap, walk it back over to the fence, just show it, Tom, and as you say, an education piece maybe.
Yeah, look, he's just reassuring the horse, you know, he knows he's a quality animal. He jumped around all the other tracks. There's no reason for him to start panicking now. You know, the horse just got a little bit confused for a second, obviously got distracted with a bit of light that in the middle of the wall. Yeah, it's no big deal. Disappointing tonight, but they can train that tomorrow. Pull the wall out, set it up like a big plank, and they'll put that behind them.
Well, we're down to the final two. We have one French lady guaranteed her spot. That's Ines Joly. Let's see if Laura Treiber can also get through. She rides Memphis Said. 2 top 6 performances on day number 1 this week, including 6th place in the 5-star 1-round speed. She finished 8th in the 3-star Grand Prix 2 weeks ago. Laura Treiber, France.
Yeah, she brought out shotgun last night for the jump-off class, went around the first round with a time fault, was foot perfect, put on a bit of an exhibition, and that actually Memphis Ed, another beautiful grey by Mile Arthur Thargo. 14-year-old now, lots of experience. Laura's had a great last year, and she started off this year the same way. She was a brilliant winner here on the first day. Rode a beautiful round, actually. Was delighted for her because it was a tricky track, and she took on all the big guns, and she showed them how it should be done. Really well rewarded by her course builder. If you hit a nice sweet spot and you got a good round, and she's been doing that a lot recently. And don't be surprised if she's we're going to see her in the top of the sport for a long time. This is a really quality partnership now. Just the back rail on the middle part of the combination. You can see plain noseband, simple snaffle, simple brushing boots rub behind. Oh, very good here again. You can see this mare is such a conscience. Go the 5, 3, 4, 5, jumps the last. What a pity.
And the back rail of that goes along with the middle of the triple combination. It is 8 falls for Laura Treiber, Memphis Said, France.
Yeah, I've been with Laura, sort of scratching my head. How did that happen? She jumped a really good round. Yeah, backed off a little bit going into the combo. You can see it's actually her stud guard is actually what's caught the back rail there on that occasion. Rode a really smart round. Mare jumped really, really well, and then you're coming out scratching your head wondering how did I get 8 penalties. So, but that's our sport.
Well, it all comes down to the final competitor. This is the German Christian Kleisner, the Popeye van de Bischkop. We have 13 clears. Our quota is 13, and we will be placing 213. Will it be a perfect, exact 13 through, or will it all change with this gelding? A Belgian warm blood and a man that knows how to win here in the Longines Arena of Alshaqab.
Interesting, I haven't seen Christian with this new ride of his. He took it on at the back end of last year. We've seen it with Philip Wysett, jumping a lot of rounds last year, so I think they took over the ride in September. He won the 155 Table A back here in January. So very quickly getting a solid partnership. He's also winner here in 23. Knows his way around this arena. Oh, back rail again on the double on this occasion. So that's our quota has been filled.
Yeah, and all 13 of them, regardless of how they perform in the second round, will walk away with some prize money. But as we have discussed before, they are all eyeing that sword and the €500,000 that they will walk away with as the winner. So we will say goodbye to you, Tom, as you make your way back down to the studio. Christopher Kleisner now just with the 2 from home and the 4 faults so far. 5 strides to the last light rub of that front rail, crosses the finish line in 72.85, but it is 4 faults for Christopher Kleisner and Popeye van de Bischkop for Germany. So the back rail there of that first element of the double, the Alshaqab double, as he stretches over. It's a disappointing end for the German man, but 13 of the riders in the warm-up. They are grinning from ear to ear. Their concentration is now formed to the second round. Who will be the winner and recipient of His Highness the Amir's Sword of 2026? Well, Abdullah Al-Shabatli, he is the fastest of the clears there. Max Kuna, Khaled Al-Mabedi, Anastasia Nilsson, Jana Frederica Meyer Zimmerman, Harry Charles, Niels Bruin Seals, then Roger Shamas there, Ines Shali, Christian Amon, Peter Davis and Eve Jobs, along with Hassan Center. Those are your 13 proceeding through the second round. The fastest of the four falters was Christopher Kleisner at 72.85. We have plenty of action still to come here in the bright lights of the Longines Arena of Alshaqab. Do not go anywhere. Our studio coming right up.
Well, thrills and spills all around in that first round of His Highness the Amir's Grand Prix, the Amir's Sword Grand Prix. Absolutely outstanding competition and a very well designed track by Uliano Vetsani, giving us the 13 clears. We wanted to take 13 riders through to round 2 and 13 jumping clear around this track. We have had some shocks in the field though. World number 1 Scott Brash has not made it through, unfortunately, to the second round. A good few other big names and riders on form not making it through as well. The likes of Edwina Tops-Alexander, Kristen van der Veen, not their night tonight, and that tells you just how difficult this competition is, and the pressure has very much been on. Of course, the home nation are very keen to support their local riders, and one such man who's had success here in the past is Bassem Mohammed. Not quite his night tonight, but we caught up with him ahead of tonight's competition.
I am Bassem Mohammed, I ride for Qatar. Amir Sword is something really important for us, especially for me and for Qatari riders. I rode it a few times now, and I won it 3 times. I'm the only one who won the Amir Sword for 3 times. I was second once, and yeah, looking forward to keep the good performance up there. When I won my first Amir Sword, that was an amazing feeling. This for us like Qatar Championship, so I was the champion this year, and that was really a good competition and was a special feeling. It's an honor for us as a Qatari rider to get the Amir trophy from the Amir himself. That's something really special, especially for Qatari riders, like I said, and it's something really special and really unique, and especially now it's in a 5-star level. We have all the good riders here, and yeah, that means that we are coming also up to the top. This weekend I have Izem. It's a new horse for me, but yeah, first Grand Prix was 6th place in a 5-star, so that's gonna be a real big ask for him. I rode Izem for 2 weeks now, not longer, so he's a nice horse, he's an easy horse, and yeah, it just matched quick from the first week, and actually I'm comfortable, the horse is amazing, so definitely we give it a try. This arena is really special for me. I really enjoy riding there. I find all the horses jumps amazing. I won the global tour also here, final was once 2017, so I won many speed classes and other classes here, so for me, a really special arena, and I feel so comfortable in there. Yeah, we have the best of the best facilities. here in Alshaqab, and yeah, bring the best riders. If you go to a state, it's also amazing, but it's also a bit here and there with the weather. I think for me, okay, it's my country, and I love the weather, and I love the facilities here. We have a lot of places that you can train easily, and the city itself, it's amazing, Doha, and the people. And actually, I asked also most of the other riders. We are all like a big family in this sport, and they're all really, really happy to be here in Doha.
Well, great to hear from one of the Qatari riders here, of course, who was hoping to do well here tonight, but unfortunately not quite his evening. But that, of course, is the nature of the sport of show jumping. It is impossible to predict. But joining me in the studio this evening, of course, once again, our analyst Tom Frame, but we're thrilled to be joined by Ludger Beerbaum. Ludger, I can only introduce you as an icon, a legend of the sport. Thank you so much for joining us. How are you finding Doha?
Thank you very much. No, I really enjoy being here. I just was, while I was waiting for the interview, thinking when I was here for the first time, this is actually 21 years ago. At the time I was invited with the German government to do a tour in the Arab countries. And one of our main visits was here in Qatar, Doha. This place hasn't been set up yet. We've been to the federation, saw exciting people telling us a lot about the future. If I, at that time, would have not expected that 20 years later we have something like this here up and running, and I've been here many, many years also myself, competing, good and bad, but several times pretty good. I have to say, to witness the whole show now as a kind of spectator behind the curtains, it's a very special feeling. I think we had a great Grand Prix course, first round. We had a lot of really cool performances. I really enjoyed the atmosphere and being here.
You mentioned some of your previous performances. I mean, we remember some of those great rounds you've had here. What is it like competing in that arena? Do you remember the feeling of that, of course?
Yeah, of course, you know, the couples competing here tonight, they are kind of used to a little bit deal with pressure, deal with atmosphere and stuff, so they have all a lot of experience. But what is interesting to see, there's many ways to roam, you know. We don't see all of them riding in the same way, you know. It's all about whoever has the best connection to his horse. And then you see around, like, for example, Eve Jobs, it's a pleasure to watch. I mean, she makes it so smooth and soft. And then we see Christian Ahlmann, a guy from Germany with a horse with a lot of scope and a lot of power. He has to pay attention to control the power. Also, he was able to jump clear. So it's really interesting to see whoever finds the best rhythm and being the best connection to the horse, has the most attention to the horse, is able to jump clear.
What are you expecting from round two then? Because 13, exactly the number we were hoping for, so a good number, but what do you expect to see in round two?
Well, that's a difficult question. What do I expect? I mean, for sure it's going to be delicate. I don't think Oliana wants 10 in the jump off. So it's going to be another big decisive round. I haven't walked the second round yet, so I can't really tell you. I can only guess. But I'm quite sure it will be difficult enough, and I would not be surprised if we end up with 5-6 in the final jump-off.
Tom, you know, you've been watching all of the action there, but quite a few interesting rounds to pick out with Ludger.
Yeah, I fully agree with Ludger. It's great to see the young riders getting an opportunity to compete at this level, and the number of young horses that are coming through, the number of younger riders that get to step up and compete alongside the senior riders here. Our sport is very strong now.
Yeah, that's right. That has also changed in the last 10, 15 years. In my days here, coming here for the first years, it was always 5. You would say, they go clear or they have a chance to win. Here, this field is gone wider. There's probably from the 13, I would say, almost everybody is able to make it to the jump off and then finally also able to win, depending on, of course, how it goes. But yes, indeed, I think worldwide the sport has grown a lot, and there's quite a lot of capable horse and rider combinations who are able to jump on this level, yes.
Yeah, we saw you compete here last year. You were supposed to be retired, but had put it off a little bit. You're a great supporter. You have some young Irish riders now in your stable as well who are competing at the highest level, and you've done, you know, a great supporter of young riders and giving them opportunities to get educated. It's a great way to be.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this place here gives us now 3.5, almost 4 month opportunities to compete, to ride, to bring up and coming horses along. In the same time also for younger riders to get going, to gain experience, to really see where they are. As I said, we enjoy coming here. I do, even though I'm not active here this time, but try to be there and coach a little bit behind the curtains. And for both horses and riders up and coming, this is the place to go. And of course also for the top guys like Scott. I don't know how much he's won here in the last 2.5 months, and he's gained a lot of World Cup points to make it to world #1 again, which is not a surprise, and he probably could have done also somewhere else. But it's a pleasure to see such a big, wide, open field of competitors and horses.
No, it's great. Your positive influence continues. It's great to see. It's much appreciated, and you can get the feel around the place. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me, and I hope for everyone to see an exciting Grand Prix second round and of course finally jump off. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ludger. Well, absolutely fantastic to get Ludger Beerbaum's insight there. What an incredible guest for our studio. But yes, as we look ahead to round 2 then, 13 clears, 13 riders will come back for the second round. And in the event of equal points, equal penalty points, we will have a jump off. So don't go anywhere. I'll hand back over to our teams to take you through all of the action. Of course, Killian Thornton on our live stream and John Stokes in the arena.
Thank you, Hannah. The dust has settled on the opening act, but the shadow of the sword has only grown longer as the sun has set here in Doha. We began, with 44 of the world's most elite combinations. We're now down to 13. They faced Ulanio Vitasani's first integration. A 1.60 meter track that didn't just test height, but will and endurance. Many world-class names have already seen their dreams vanish in the sand of the Longines arena. But for the select few remaining, the path to that €1.5 million prize fund has just become significantly steeper. Harry Charles there, pacing out his strides. All of the riders back in to walk their new course. We will have a quick look at that. But for now, in show jumping, in this magnificent amphitheatre of the sport, there's 11 obstacles with 14 efforts, as you can see. The time allowed is 76 seconds for the second round. Some of the fences removed. It is a completely brand new course. Every time a horse leaves the ground, it's 1.60 meter. It exerts a massive amount of physical and mental energy, and the arena crew have really well maintained the arena. As we have a look at the second round, we start over fence number 1, which is towards the Longines clock. And then we have a slight dogleg left-hand turn over the vertical water jump. That's heading towards the in-out gate. The big screen to the right-hand side of that, a sharp right-hand turn now to the triple bar. Then we go to fence number 4. Is a right-hand turn to the middle of the arena, the Oxer, with fence number 5, a related distance down to the vertical where the VIP area is, a right-hand turn down to fence 6. This is the triple combination, a brand new triple combination. His Highness the Amir's sword fence uprights. Right-hand turn to fence number 7 in the middle. And then we go to a left-hand turn to fence number 8. We're now entering into the final stages of this round. The water tray oxer. Now we're down to the next combination. Vertical, vertical, 1 stride. Related distance down to fence number 10. That's an oxer with a very sharp right-hand turn to the final fence, back over in the VIP area direction. The strategy for round 2 is a cruel paradox, really. Under this article, the scores from the first are carried forward and all 13 are clear. So we're really on a clean sheet here. All those with a perfect score. The goal is simple, to just remaining to stay clean. But for those, the pressure is really on. They must be flawless. They must be fast. And if we have a tie or those on the equality of penalties at the end of this, we go to our jump off. Imagine this scene, and it's just so fabulous, this arena. There's no small talk. 21 nations were represented at the start. Now only the cream of the crop remains. You can see it in the eyes of the riders. This Grand Prix under the lights. They aren't looking at the fences anymore. They're looking at this track. Every stride in their minds. They are riding for their owners, their countries and their legacy. And mostly they are riding for that moment of silence when the horse is mid-air over the final oxer, and everyone here in the Longines Arena will be holding their breaths. Well, the jumps are up, the clock is set, and we are good to get underway. History is about to be made as we start round number 2 of His Highness the Amir's Sword of 2026. This Grand Prix, not forgetting 1.5 million euro of a prize fund to start us off. The slowest of those clears, Hassan Santurk, and no comment the septum. Tom Frayne back in with him.
I think it's great everybody coming back is on a clear round. It just makes it a little bit easier for us. We don't need an abacus to figure it out. Basically, if you're clear, you get to come back for the 3rd round and jump off. So no comment to Septon, was foot perfect. He's a big jumping horse, really scopy. And Hassan did a brilliant job managing the 1st round. He needs to do the same again here now. A few slightly less jumps. We have a combination now is at the bottom end of the arena. So it's a big oxer coming in, 2 strides to the vertical, and 1 stride to a huge oxer again. And now related distance across from 6 to 7. We're jumping that really difficult style type, light colored fence in the opposite direction, then swing back left-handed. And now, oxer with a water tray. 8 strides up to the double at 9A and 9B, vertical, vertical. And now, 6 strides up to the next oxer. A lot of jumping across this line, and here we come. Heading to the last fence. If we got a clear round, can he hold it together?
Yes, he can. 72-38. It's clear for the Pathfinder, Hassan Santurk. No comment this Septon. He is so pleased with that. Just look at the joy in his face.
Brilliantly done. Yeah, this suited him. It's a lot of big jumping here in the 2nd round. This is a powerful big horse. Hassan was superb. You can see, look, sent his horse forward, trusted the scope. This is a huge oxer coming out of the combination. But look at this horse. No comment except on powerhouse, but brilliant conscience as well. Look how high he went over that oxer with the water tray. Clear round and well deserved.
Well, Tom, we didn't get to get a preview of the 2nd round. Maybe just talk us through some of the challenges you see that's laid ahead.
A lot of big jumping. The last course was very subtle and very careful at the end. This is actually really testing your scope. We've decided to start off up the top end of the ring. We'll go through the next horse when they've come in. We're going to get Eve Jobs is coming in next, and look, she's been so smooth the last time. She'll be brilliant. We'll see her. She'll do all the strides the right way. Start on a vertical, left-handed, heading back towards the pocket. 2nd fence is there. That's also a vertical with a water tray at it. And then we come back to a triple bar there, just what she's trotting by there at the moment, and then swing right-handed. And then We go oxer vertical down to the combination, and then vertical, then oxer, double of verticals, and 2 big oxers to finish. Let's set it up here. That's a steely face on this young lady.
Well, it is, in fact, Eve Jobs. Interesting to hear Lutger Beerbaum mention Eve, how composed, how steady she is. She means business. There's a determination in her eyes with Canto Bruno for the USA, Eve Jobs.
Yeah, he's a beautiful horse, but she did a beautiful job riding him. She was foot perfect in the first round. Look at the canter and the quality of the way this horse moves. But this young lady, she sits in the right place. We know she's competed at the highest possible levels, now represented her country on a number of occasions. Backs off that wonderfully. Now, Triple Bar is coming up away from the pocket. You can see eye on the prize, looking at the top rail. Makes it easy for him. Now, bending line right from 3 to 4. That's 8 strides. Now, there's a decision here. She goes 7 or 8. She's gone the 8. And now, you can see, moves, lets the horse travel through the corner. Gets out nice and wide. She comes to the combination now. Big oxer in. 2 strides to the vertical. Skips over that and get the power on. Brilliant over the big oxer. You can see immediately she lands right. Comes up the inside to fence number 7, that tall vertical. It's a 1.60 m high. Now this oxer's 155 high, 160 wide, huge water tray. 8 strides up to a double of verticals. 1.60 m, 1.60 m. They don't get much bigger than this. And now 6 strides, another big oxer. 155, 1.60 m. The back rail is gone. Last fence coming up. Keep it on the 4.
That's going to be so disappointing as she crosses the finish line in 71.114. Falls for Eve Jobs. Canto Bruno at the 2nd last fence. The back rail down.
Oh, what a pity. Foot perfect everywhere. Brilliant performance. She's been delighted with this. Watch this. His girth touched it. The horse didn't touch it. And if you watch this again, we'll see it from this angle, hopefully. Clear in front. He just barely touches it. That's not the fence we're looking at, that's the last one. But the one beforehand, I think his martingale was all that rolled it out of the cup. That's how tight the margins are at this level.
Well, if it is any consolation, all 13 will walk away with some form of prize money here tonight. But as we said, they're all vying for that glory of the sword.
It's the trophy they want. The money is the added bonus, but it's the actual honor of being the winner.
Who will be entered into the Hall of Fame? Well, will it be Belgium's Peter Davis that creates the jump off? We need a second clear to do so. He rejoins us with casual DVZ.
Picks up his canter. Where is he? He's in the middle of the arena. Absolutely stunning mare. One of my favorite horses in the world. She's now an 11-year-old by Conor Lublinski. She's a superstar. And this man is going to have a phenomenal year in 26. I have no doubt with the team of horses that he has. Enters down a nice run from 1 to 2. Heading to the pocket. Back left-handed to the Triple Bar. You can see again that trademark style. Light seat, quiet hands. And that Triple Bar is 1.90 m wide and she makes it look tiny. 5, 6, 7, 8. Patient on that. Now sets up for the combination. He hasn't gone too wide. He knows there's money at stake here. This is brave up to the combination. Big oxer in. Sits quiet. Gets the balance. Now trusts her scope. Brilliant stuff. Up the inside line. He wants to get himself to pole position if he can as well. Remember, the fastest is going to be the last if you're clear. This is really tactical stuff. He knows exactly what he's doing. Comes up the 8 strides here again. Skips in. 1.60 m, 1.60 m. 4, 5, 6. This is a wide oxer. She makes it easy. Turns right to the last fence. He's been very quick also.
Do we have our jump off? We do. It's clear. Clear for Peter Davis. A casual DVZ creates the jump off and he joins Hassan Senturk.
Yeah, look at the time as well. 69.71. That puts him in front. Knew exactly what he was doing all the way. The mare obviously felt really good. She's so scopy, she's so athletic. Look at her here at this massive oxer. And again, Peter already has his eye on the fence, lands, turns up to the last jump. He saves every second that he possibly can.
Well, we will continue now knowing that we have our jump off. And a man that knows what the challenge is ahead. Will he be able to conquer it? Let's see, with untouched LB. He was 18th to go in the first round. He's produced the fourth slowest clear in that first round, meaning he is now joining us as fourth to go with Christian Allman for Germany.
Yeah, the stallion, he's a 10-year-old. He's by United Touch out of a Conor Dobolinski mare. Big jumper, and he's got such a master tactician on his back. He knows exactly what he wants to do here now. He needs a clear round. He wants to be in the third round. That's where it matters, if he wants to be in contention. But is he going to be brave and try and cut the corner as well? Do like Peter did and get a really quick time. 6, 7, gone to 8 as well. Nice and patient. Let's see how wide he goes here. Peter ran up really tight on this. Yeah, Christian's on a similar pattern. Ooh, pops in. Pulls the horse now. Supports him, trusts him. 7, comes up the inside. Now turns back again. You can see he's on a similar inside line to what Peter was on. Jumps the oxer. Now, just careful, verticals, 1.60 m. Both of them. Huge jumping. Now, has a little rub. Now, quiet on the 6. Reach for the back rail. Turns in really tight. He knows he's in contention. Jump this, and he's through to the jump off.
He's cleared it. He's through. 72.09. Christian Allman untouched. LB is through to our jump off.
Absolutely foot perfect all the way through. These are master up tacticians that work. They're the best riders we have in the world. And we're so lucky to have them here, but they're putting on a display this evening. The one comes out, goes well, and the next one comes and goes better.
The time allowed here for this second round, well, it's 76 seconds. The time, in fact, is academic. The start list for the jump off will be decided from this start list of the second round. We go to Anaïs Joly and Crack the Ugly Z. She's back in with us and she means business. Let's see how she performs with this stallion.
Yeah, came in, she was the first to go in the first round and just came in and was foot perfect all the way. Again, you can see she picks up a really good canter. 11-year-old stallion. Real powerhouse, big jumper. This track is going to suit him. All those big oxers should be well within his capability. So Ines was delighted. You could see it all over her face. Now remember this triple bar, 1.90 m wide. It is huge, and wow. 7, 8 strides. Now wait here now. And now sets up for the combination. Sits up, gets a power on, makes the oxer easy for him. Now he needs to hold himself and now press again. She trusts him beautifully. Goes a little bit wider, gets very straight for this. Has a little rub. And she's gone that bit wider. Wants to get a clear round. She wants to be back in this third round. Come on, big fella. Now sits up on her 8 strides, double verticals. Whoa, whoa, pop in. Great technique. 5, 6 strides, reaches for the back rail. Last fence coming up. Have we another one to come in for the third round?
She was first to go in the first round. She is through to the jump off after another incredible performance with that fabulous stallion. Crack the Ugly Z. France's Anaïs Joly has a smile from ear to ear leaving the arena.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Horse and rider working so well together. Look at this for technique. She's put the horse in the right place every time, supported him, let him do his job. Sits quiet. Look at that for a position over that back rail. And then she's got her eye on the next prize. Yeah, she's going through the finish. Look at that for a smile. Gives him a big pat. She's enjoying her evening.
We have 8 left to go, 8 more to see if they can secure their spot in the jump off. Next to take the challenge on as he comes to the first fence, Roger Chamas, Glondon di San Giovanni, Lebanon.
Yeah, this horse was so scopy in the first round. Every time he was under pressure, he just went higher. Doesn't worry so much about the technique, he just uses scope. This track is going to suit him as well. Roger did a brilliant job managing his round the last time. Doesn't interfere too much with him, lets him get on with it. Now, see what he does here. Just has to make a little adjustment. Just drifts a little bit to the left to make a bit more space for himself. Now, needs to sit really quiet here now. Let the horse pop the first one. He just wants him to roll over the vertical and then give himself enough space. Horse has such a conscience. Now he's up on the inside, jumps this on the angle. He's really brave there. But remember we said he doesn't want to interfere too much with this guy. Let him focus on the jumping. Now, locks her out of the way, double the verticals, drifted a little bit wide, makes an adjustment. Oh, that's what caught him out, I think. Up on the 6. Now you can turn back to the last fence. Needs to leave this up as well to get some decent prize money. Leg on.
It's 4 falls at the first element of that double at fence 9. Disappointing for Roger Chamas and Glondon di San Giovanni. The time 69.52.
Yeah, what a pity. His horse was really good here. If you watch him jump this big oxer, right, he reaches and then he just travels a little bit more than Roger needed. Roger's after losing his stirrup as well. Doesn't help, but he just drifted a little bit off the line. And in our game, you've got to be straight. If you're up a little bit on the outside in particular, it's very hard to get the power you need to jump.
We're at the halfway point of this first round. At the moment, we have a total of 4. 4 clears. Hassan Santark, Peter Davis, Christian Alman and Ace Jolie. Just 2 have incurred falls. One man to keep your eyes on is this Belgian athlete, Orgi van der Vosberg, the Belgian warm blood gelding, back in with us with Niels Bruin-Seals.
Yeah, it's a 12-year-old, real blood quality horse. Was impeccable in the first round. It's these horses and riders are really up for this competition this evening. Amazing the quality of the second round. We knew they had to jump out of their skin to get into this second round, but they've definitely carried through the form. Has a little rub at the second fence, so Niels just gets the pace up a little bit more. Big triple bar coming up. Now he's on an even keel. And a lot of big fences in the second round. The Oxers is more chunky than the first round. Not as much weighting. Oh, tried to drift a little bit left. Tried to make a little bit more space for himself. But that vertical is gone. Comes to the combination. Good coming in. Patient in the middle. Power coming out. Has a little rub, but he gets away with it. Now gets him nice and straight. Takes the 8 strides up there to that style. At 7. Back left-handed. He knows he's on a fence down now. He wants to get home on the 4. Big Oxer. Now sits up, waits, patient in. Little press to get out. Gets a 6 strides nice and early. Power on his back rails a long way away. And turns right immediately. Doesn't waste any time. Coming to the last.
Over the last fence in the time of 69.72. It is that 4 falls incurred at the vertical. Fence number 5. He goes to rank into 6th as the second slowest of the 4 falters.
Yeah, jumps the Oxer really, really well. Comes down here. There's a choice on this distance. You can go a nice patient 8, or you can move up on the 7. Looked like he wanted to go the 8, but Orgi was just traveling down the hill a little bit more than he wanted. Just drifted a little bit on at the end of the line. He's been outstanding all for the first 2 rounds. Just one mistake is going to keep him out of the 3rd round and the jump off.
One of the favourites here tonight, Great Britain's Harry Charles, joins us in the arena, not just for the sword here tonight. If he wins this Grand Prix, he will knock Scott Brash off the overall Doha Equestrian Tour rankings. But let's see how he performs in this second round. First of all, he's back in with us with Sherlock.
Yeah, unfortunately, his wife won't be in the 3rd round, so he'll want a family representation in it. He heads out to Sherlock. We saw him last night. He was superb. He was a clear winner last night. Sherlock just takes a little bit of a look at that second fence. So now Harry just puts his leg on the triple bar coming up here now. Sherlock has plenty of experience. Now he keeps it going. Now settles, tall verticals, 1.60 meters. Now sets up for the combination. He's going nice and wide. He wants to get into the jump off. Leg on, big oxer. Quiet for the vertical. Now press to get out. Trust Sherlock. He's a super careful horse. Going to jump this on the angle, the style. That fence has jumped much better going up the hill than it has coming down the hill in the first round. Back around to the oxer. Clear round's the name of the game here. Get into the third round. Makes that back rail now. Double of verticals. Harry, you can see he's got his leg on. Supports him now. 6 strides here. Sits quiet. Now watch him. Leg. Really giving the horse every chance to jump, but you're going to see the same again. Wait, leg. Well done, Harry.
So many close calls there for Harry Charles, but more importantly, it is clear he has left them all up and through to the jump off with Sherlock.
Yeah, he made that happen. This man is really determined. We saw him last night. He had that steely determination about him. He's come into this ring and he's left nothing to chance. You can see, really puts the power on. Sends Sherlock forward, knows he's careful, trusts his horse on the front rail. He just makes sure that he's going to get the back rail every time. Brilliant stuff.
The pressure is on each and every single one of these 13 riders that step forward here in the Longines arena of Alshaqab, but the pressure is like no other for this lady. She wants the back-to-back win of the Sword again this year. Jana Frederica Meyer-Zimmermann had a chat with Hannah and you, Tom, in the break. Correction, one of the interviews down on the floor. She talked about this Sword. Let's see if she can get through to the jump off with Callaghan Qashqai. It's Jana Frederica Meyer-Zimmermann and Germany.
Yeah, this 11-year-old stallion, another big jumping horse. This is going to suit him. This lady's at the top of her game as well. Wouldn't she love to be in this jump off? You can really get the vibe. You can feel the energy in the arena here, and the riders, it's almost the determination is just, they're wearing it tonight. Jumps the second fence, that's vertical to back towards the pocket, and now the triple bar. Yeah, just a little shake of the reins. 6, 7, brave riding. 7, 8. To the vertical. I think we've all taken that at this stage. Just patient. Now doesn't want to cut the corner too much. Knows he's scoping. Now sits quiet. Gives him a little help. Trusts him. Now comes a little wider. Gets good and straight to the style. Looks excellent. Now you can see she lands. She moves him forward. Keep her horse out in front of her. It's a big ox with the water tray. Don't let him look down. Come on. Now you got to sit quiet. Get straight. Sit him on his hocks. Whoa. Pop in, press out. Horse is brilliant. Watch how he kicks out behind. Now she sets sail up here, worrying about the back rail. Let him worry about the front rail. Last fence coming up. Have we another one?
She just needs to keep it in the cups. She does. She's clear. She could be in contention for back-to-back wins. She is so thrilled with that, including her family and supporters right at the in and out gate. Clear round for Jana Frederica Meyer-Zimmermann with Callaghan Qashqai.
Yeah, they're rising to the challenge. Juliana set them a real test, but these riders are up for it. Watch this for determination. Watch the horse here on the vertical. Kicks out behind. He's not going to have a fence down tonight. And this is brilliant riding up to this big oxer here. Look, brave, puts her hands in front for her, puts her leg on, sends him forward, and he deserves a big pat. We're going to see her back for the third round.
A couple of sighs of relief there, I guess, from Jana. Let's see, we are shaping up to have an extraordinary night of show jumping here in the Longines arena of Alshaqab. ESI Rocky is a tremendous gelding, and riding this is the young lady representing Monaco, Anastasia Nelson.
This young lady has no respect for the senior riders. She's in here to upset them. She would love to take the Sword away. She has a strong string of horses. She's had a fantastic year last year, and she started off as she means to continue. She's added this one to her string, and she wants to be in the jump off. She has a lovely rapport with her horses. They want to jump fences for her. That's so obvious. Now get this vertical out of the way, and now you get down to the business end. This big triple bar is great early in the track because it really gets the riders motivated. Come on, 1.90 meter wide, you have to ride it. On the 8 strides here, we'll go the 8 again. Got an extra one, just sat him up a bit more. Then, yeah, good riding, well done, good decision. Now, combination coming. Here we go. Big oxer in. Sit quiet, skips in the middle, brilliant stuff. He's got a conscience, he's a super horse. Keeps him off the stile. Now, gets her eye on the fence, comes around the corner. Water tray underneath this. Gives him plenty of space. Knows he's good behind. Now sits him up, nice and patient. Wait, wait, wait. Yeah, come on. And now a little bit of leg on at the end. Get the back rail. Yeah, she's done it. Last fence coming up, turns around the corner. Just needs a good shot to this now. He's going to jump it for her.
You say she's done it. She has done it. She's proved it. ESI Rocky is through to the jump off with a clear round. Anastasia Nelson for Monaco.
71.23. Yeah, she made that happen. Yeah, really focused, really determined. She was so accurate all the way around. Good decision made here when she jumped this big oxer. It's a 7 or an 8. She made an adjustment, got a bit more than what she wanted, and knew straight away that she needed to just put another stride in there without upsetting the balance. Look at that smile, that tells it all.
Big stakes here tonight in the Longines Arena, as we have the 3 left to go. 2 of those are for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, 1 for Austria. Not forgetting the format of this competition, we invite the fastest of those clears back in for this round. So Abdullah Al-Shabatli will conclude this round. But for now, we go to the first of those Saudi riders. Riding Diana Duplevaux is Khalid Al-Mabeithi.
Yeah, this 11-year-old mare. Yeah, he's just going to stop now for a second. Ask him to stop. Pause on the countdown clock.
How do you think this second round is going then, Tom, and compared to your prediction? And a couple of big knockouts there.
Yeah, it's brilliant. I mean, it's very hard to tell how they're going to cope when they come back in, but they've just risen to the challenge and the performances have been outstanding. We're off and running, clear 1. Now get this fence. I think this is probably the most difficult fence on the track, coming back down the hill, back towards the pocket, and then you can settle into it. Big triple bar. Looks like he's going to go the 8 strides here. Leg on. Now he's going to go 8 again. He's going to wait. You can see he makes the adjustment. Keeps the balance. That vertical is a full 1.60 m as well. Round the corner. Comes to the combination. Oxer. 2 strides. And vertical. Gives the horse all the encouragement he can. You can see the rider really getting forward over the horse's shoulder. Now pushes around the corner again. This 155, 1.60 m with a water tray. Now 2 double verticals, 1 short stride, 1.60 m in. Short stride, 1.60 m out. 6 strides up here, sit patient, then leg on. Back rail is a mile away when you're heading up that hill there. Comes right to the last fence, leg on.
There's an early round of applause as the crowd now erupts into an applause for the Saudi Arabian rider Khalid Al-Mabeithi, Diana Duplevaux, through to the jump off.
I think great credit to our course builder here again. He's given them plenty of room here. We've got 8 stride distances. We've a nice combination. The double, yeah, for sure. 9A and B is a little bit short, maximum height. So he's given them every chance. If they're good enough, they can come and jump, but he hasn't trapped anybody. He hasn't made it overly technical. He's made it a proper test of jumping. And to be fair to these horses and riders, they're meeting the challenge.
Yeah, he gives a wave there to the crowd. No Qatari riders will be in the jump off, but they will certainly be behind the local or neighbouring athletes. Well, let's see if Max Kuhner will be able to join some of those names through. In fact, we now have a total of 8 through to the jump off. EIC, Cooley, Jump the Queue, Austria.
Quality combination. We know this these team is so quick if they get into the jump off, particularly on those big championship tracks and Grand Prix tracks. So I know Max will really want to. I think this will suit Cooley, Jump the Queue. You know, he's been around a while. He's a clever horse. He looks super in the first round, really alert, really concentrating. Goes the 8 strides. Now he's going to have to work hard to get out of the combination here. He needs to keep his balance, but no better man in the saddle. Jumps in. Whoa, big adjustment. Oh, as I'm saying, he just has to hold his body off that back rail. Max is doing everything he possibly could to try and keep him off it. I think the little bit of a rub might have helped him. You can see Max's clock is working. He's already up the inside, left out a couple of strides back to that. Now pops this, and he has another fence down. That's his evening gone. There will be still a bit of a payday for it, but not what he was hoping for, I'm afraid. Comes to the last jump now.
It is the combinations that have caused Max Kuhner problems in this second round. EIC Cooley jumped the queue, has picked up 8 falls, 66.03. He's ranked into 12th with just the 1 left to go. Well, that will be for the Saudi Arabian rider, Abdullah Al-Shabatli.
Yeah, we just see Cooley jump the queue here now, just that off 4. He had a little rub on that, but unfortunately carried it forward onto the last part of the combination, and that wasn't going to stay in the cups. Might have got away with the first one, and then that double of verticals, the first one as well, unfortunately is gone. Not his evening. He was foot perfect in the first round, really looked in great form.
Well, this is going to be quite some jump off already. If we look at some of those names, Tom, and with just the 1 left to go, Abdullah Al-Shabatli, this is an incredible lineup.
Oh, it's been a fantastic competition. We set off this evening. We could feel the atmosphere build here in the arena. We walked the course. We were gobsmacked when we saw the course. We were like, it was so big, so technical, and yet they all came in and they made the challenge. A couple of hard luck stories, but in the main there was some superb jumping. Now we've come back for the second round, and they've just upped it. They've got better. Here's our last man coming in. We're going to have a superb jump off. We're going to have to get our breath before that happens, please, because well, the adrenaline is going through the roof.
You have to run downstairs again. So with just the 1 left to go, this man is so determined and so focused. Just look at him as he concentrates and gathers his thoughts with Diriyah. This is a mare that he knows so well. There's an anticipation with this home crowd for the Qatari riders, but as a Saudi rider, they are behind him as well. It's Abdullah Al-Shabatli.
Yeah, he's a regular competitor here. He's been very, very successful over the years. He's represented his country on the world stage at Olympics at the highest possible level. Let's see if he can get himself into the jump off now. He'd love to be in contention. Now this mare, as you can see, she's quite hot. She's by Balladaroo out of a Dimont Assembly mare. She's very enthusiastic. Now big oxer here, 1.90 m wide. Yeah, good shot to the oxer now. Sits nice and quiet, gets it nice and level. Come and keep off that vertical. Now you can see he knows he wants to get the jump off. He's staying wide. Wants to get into the combination nice and sweet. He's done that. Support. Yeah, bit of leg coming out. Mare uses her scope. Jumps the style. Right. Now just gets a quick breather. Shortens his reins. Gets himself organized. Big oxer. Get the back rail on this. Water tray. Don't let her look down. Now everything has to get nice and steady. Get it all back organized. Double of verticals. Mare kicks out behind. She doesn't want to have a fence. Now get the back rail. It's a long way away. She's such a trier. Last fence coming up. Have we one more for the jump off?
He's technical, he's precise, he's clear, and he's through to the jump off. Abdullah Al-Shabatli. There was never any doubt as the crowd erupt here in Alshaqab. It's another one for the jump off. Well, that's a total of 9. Very impressive performance with the mare that's 13 years old, Diriyah. As you can see, the extent of the scope jumping over that triple bar. Well, the order of the jumping will be, or has been decided from that very first round. So Abdullah Al-Shabatli is the fastest from the first round. That means he will still be the last to go in the jump off. So Hassan Santurk is the first of those through to the jump off that we will see. We have the start order and the results list there. Hassan Santurk first to come in. Peter Devos. Christian Alman will be third to go. Fourth, Ines Jolie. Fifth, Harry Charles. Sixth, Jana Frederica Meyer Zimmerman. Then Anastasia Nelson as sixth. Khaled Al-Mabathi and then Abdullah Al-Shabatali. 10th will go to Roger Shamas. 11th, Niels Bruin Seals. 12th to Eve Jobs. And 13th will go to Max Kuhner. 13 placings in our competition here tonight. As you can see, the course design team are already preparing for this all-important jump-off coming up in just a moment. But don't go anywhere, as we'll hand you back to the studio.
What a round that was then for the second round of His Highness the Amir's Sword. This huge Grand Prix has been so competitive from start to finish so far. And of course, we have that 1.5 million euros up for grabs and that stunning trophy, the Amir's Sword. What a beautiful thing that is. Now, following that second round, we have 9 double clears. Of course, 13 clears went through to the second round. 9 will return for our jump off. But somebody who knows all about what it takes to compete in that arena is Lara Treiber, and she joins us now in the studio. Lara, thank you so much for joining us. Welcome to the studio.
Thank you.
So talk to us a little bit about how it feels to ride in that arena then, and the pressure that you might feel on an evening like tonight.
No, it's a beautiful show. It's my first time here. My horse love it here. They've been jumping amazing. We can feel the pressure tonight a bit with the 1.5 million Grand Prix, but I mean, we have amazing riders here. It's top sport.
And so what made you come to Doha?
Well, I have a very nice string of horses now. They were ready to start jumping bigger in the beginning of the year, so we thought this tour would be perfect for them.
And how did you find the track in there? Because we could see it was tough in the first round especially.
Yeah, I mean, with the prize money and the riders, we were expecting a difficult track. I think it was built beautifully. The horses were not trying too hard, but there were rails a bit everywhere. The second round jumped good, so now I'm excited for the jump off.
We've also, of course, been joined by our analyst, Tom Frayne, and Tom's been taking us through all of the action. Tom, you know, Lara had a really good shot at this, but it just shows how difficult this track is.
Your horse jumped beautifully. You had a really good round. I'm sure you were scratching your head when you came out of the ring. It was, like, there was nothing in it, really. It must be a great experience to go in this evening and challenge that round and try and see where you are in the sport at this particular time. You've had a really strong season last year, and you've obviously started off as you mean to continue. You've had a good year this year?
Yeah, no, I think we started very well here. The horses are jumping good. I'm still missing the clear in the Grand Prix, but I think we'll get there.
What about your journey to Doha and how you plan for a show like this in your calendar?
Yeah, so we finished this season a bit earlier than expected because we started earlier, of course. So we gave the horses a break over Christmas and then started jumping early January, and then we came here and they were ready and they're jumping good. So.
Fantastic. Well, let's take a look then at these 9 double clears that we have. So, Tom, who would be on your radar? It's a big number actually here.
I think every one of them is outside in the warm-up arena and they think they can win it. They're all going to come in and, you know, their own horses are different. I think you're going to see a real scrap for this, whoever's going to win the sword. I think Peter DeVos's mare looks really well. I think the course could suit her. She's so light on her feet and so athletic. But you can't look past Harry. He was really determined again with Sherlock, and he got better as the round went on. Abdulghani is coming in at the end. He's the last man in there. We know he's always going to be a trier, and his mare looks very, very fresh. I think any one of these, Ineos Jolly has been brilliant from footfall. So she was first to go in the first round. She'll be third or fourth in on this. Her horse looks in brilliant form. So it's going to be really interesting. I mean, for whoever goes in, you want to win this. You don't want to be second or third. Who would you fear the most?
I mean, I have to stay for the girl power. So I think if Jana does it again, would be amazing. I have also two of my friends in the jump off, Ines and Anastasia. So I'm really rooting for them. And then we'll see who the best win.
I think, Laura, we have some images of your round, and we'd love you to talk us through that, if you wouldn't mind. So we just have our monitor in front of us there that we can just take a quick look at Laura's first round performance. Great if you could talk us through that.
Yeah, so my horse started the round jumping beautifully. He's always so generous, jumps his heart out.
This looked like a really tough fence in particular.
Yes, the wall can be spooky for some horses. For Memphis, nothing is spooky. And then the double also caused a bit of trouble with the plank going out. I managed to come quite deep in the entrance so he could back off from the plank, which he did very well.
Yeah, you can really see the scope there that you mentioned, but interesting you say he's not spooky, especially in a ring like this.
He's amazing. He always tries so hard. I ride him in a simple snaffle since I have him, always the ears in front, and he tries every time. And we came out with 2 rails, but very proud of everything he gave tonight for me.
Fantastic. So talk us through then, Laura. These riders are now preparing for a 3rd round for this jump off. So they've already jumped in 2 rounds. So as a rider, how would you prepare for that? Is there anything different you do in your warm-up knowing you've already jumped 2 rounds?
Yeah, I think it's a lot of jumping for the horses, and I think you have to have them fit for sure. And I would, even in a jump off, I don't jump a lot. Sometimes I even start on the oxo straight away just to keep them fresh as possible to go in the ring.
Yeah. So, okay, we're coming towards the jump off then. Let's have a final head count. So, Tom, if you had to put your money on it, who would be your shout for tonight's competition?
Christian Alban or Peter de Vos?
And Laura?
I will stay with the girls. I would say Anastasia.
Fantastic. Well, we cannot wait to see how this competition plays out. Of course, 9 combinations will return for our jump off. We are moments away from the final showdown in His Highness the Amir's sword. This is the biggest Grand Prix of the week, one of the biggest of this Doha Equestrian Tour, with 1.5 million euros on offer. A huge, huge night for the sport of show jumping, and we'll be taking you through all of the action with Cillian Thornton and John Stokes once again.
Well, thank you, Hannah. Great to hear from.
Thank you, Hannah. And a very good evening if you have just joined us. Salam alaikum. The atmosphere here in the Longines Arena has shifted from anticipation to pure electric adrenaline. The marathons of round 1 and 2 are over. The technical puzzles have been solved. Now we are left with those remaining 9 riders. 9 combinations who have refused to let a single rail touch the sand. 2 grueling rounds of 160 jumping. The crowd is ready. We are ready. The lights are at their peak brilliance. The world is watching Al-Shaqab. 9 riders, 1 sword, a lifetime of glory waiting on the other side of the final beam. Hold your breath as we are about to begin the jump off. Good luck to every single one of them as we have our start list based, interestingly, from the first round. The fastest from round 1 is Abdullah Al-Shabatli, and he will remain last to go in this jump off. Same setup as it was in round 2. It is carried forward to this jump off. Hassan Santurk starts us off. We work our way through. Initially, Harry Charles in the middle. Yana Frederica will be 4th last to go. And we finish off with 2 of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabian riders. The crowd will be very much behind both of those riders. They will have the advantage of watching all of these rounds before they get going. Hassan Santurk approaches the start. No comment decept on Turkiya.
Can't wait to see how brave he's going to be here. His horse is in great form. So now comes back to the second two parts of the combination. 6B, 6C. Then he's going to head right-handed to that style. It's been a feature fence all evening. Brilliant. Now back left-handed. He's gone reasonably wide here. He's going to put the pressure on the other riders. He's going to put a clear round and make them chase him. Oh, unfortunately, that front rail is gone. Now we have a new fence all the way across the arena to the big Oxford, the visited Qatar fence.
It was the last fence of the first round. It's now the last fence of this jump off. A big stretch over that for Hassan Santurk with no comment decept on 4 false in the jump off in a time of 44.96.
Ah, here we go. This horse has been outstanding all evening. Hassan has been brilliant as well. You can see turns back here, gives the horse plenty of room. I don't know there's any more he could have done. Just barely touches it on his way up with his front toes, and that's enough to just push it out of the cup. Yeah, that's the look, but he deserves a big pat. The horse has worked hard this evening. He's going to have to wait out now and see what the others managed to do.
The second one is on their way to the arena. Let's have a quick look at the turns here, Tom, of this jump off. 1 to 4, 5 to the triple combination was now reduced to the double. Plenty of opportunity to cut some corners.
Yeah, big jumping required, but also if you want to be brave, you can turn up tight. There's an option here. That's a big oxer there at the second last fence. So if you're clear over fence 7, you want to be brave, you want to put this class to bed, you can take a chance at that big oxer with the water tray and then gallop to the last. We're going to have to wait and see. There's a bit of tactics to be played out here. Really interesting again. Peter, I'm sure, would love to be on the podium here this evening. So he's got a decision to make. Does he make sure he jumps a clear round, or does he go out to win the class? We're going to have to sit back and wait and see. Has a look at the style. You can see how high that fence is when that horse stands up. She's not a tall mare. Sorry, she is a tall mare. So just put it in context. It's 1.60 m all the way up to the very, very top. When you think these horses have already jumped 32 fences this evening, or close to it.
The time allowed is 53 seconds. The second one is in. For Belgium, Casual DVZ, and one of your favorites apparently.
Yeah, no, he's got such a beautiful string of horses. I love the stallion as well. But this mare, I've watched her now for the last couple of years, and I think she's just the supreme athlete. Beautiful canter, lovely intelligence, but Peter does such a beautiful job with her. I've seen her come through. You know, that's he's developed her. Look at the expression, but she's so quick across the ground as well. You can see comes a little bit from right to left, cuts the corner. He means business. Oh, jumps it on the angle. Now floats down here to this vertical. Leave it. They went an extra stride earlier on, and now you can see he's dropped his shoulder, that trademark position, letting the horse travel. Now slows up. Oh, she's brilliant. Jumps out on the right-hand side. This is fantastic. Whoa, Pet makes an adjustment. Already turning in the air. Come on, Casual. She keeps coming here. Inside to the big oxer. Lets her jump it. Now he's galloping to the last. Keep going. Here we go.
He's
what
pushing.
A round.
And clear. The first clear in this jump off. Peter Devos, 39.20 with Casual DVZ. Will that be good enough to win the sword for 2026?
We're going to have to wait and see. Brilliantly, cleverly written round. Watch him here. Starts out on the first fence. He's already landed on the left-hand side. Makes the shortest possible route. Jumps this on the angle, so he comes from left to right. Look at his eyes. He's looking down here. Body shape. Watch again. When he lands, shoulders stay forward. Pushes the horse. This is the double. Look at the mare. He's already turning in the air. And this is down to the last fence. She's a mile off it. Gives her all the space that she wants. This is one of his big rivals coming into the ring now.
It needs to be quick. It needs to be clean. And he knows everything about doing both of that. He's ranked 36th in the world for Germany with untouched LB Christian Allman.
10-year-old. by United Touch out of a corner Dublinski mare, bred in the purple, with probably one of the most competitive riders that we've seen for a generation. Now, so cool. You can see each of the riders have their own little pattern when they come into the ring. Christian trots around the place and then really cool. Lets his horse walk. Looks like he's just out for a hack. And then watch him pick up the canter. He'll be conscious he's 26 seconds to get through the start. And now watch how he'll open the canter. And again, expect a similar sort of a route that we've just seen the last rider take. He'll be trying to cut every corner he possibly can. Now, picks up the big canter. You can see he's right out on the right hand side. Gonna jump this across the angle, and away we go. Very quick away. Good forward shot again. 5, 6, 7. Now gallops away at the back again to the double. Now how brave is he going to be here? When will he throw out the anchor? Sits up early, pops in. Whoa! Horse is unbelievable to jump out. Now gets nice and balanced. Now he gets his horse back on his hocks again. Now he's really tight here. He's even tighter than Peter was. We've got to keep an eye on the split. He's slightly down, so he's going to have to gallop if he wants to beat him.
The time to beat is 39.20. He crosses in 39.24, 400ths of a second slower, but a wonderful clear for Christian Alman, untouched, LB.
How close can you get? This is absolutely amazing. Jumps this fence, comes down to the double. What the horse does here, watching the double, how close he is to the second part, goes high, works so hard to get out of this. Then I think just made a little alteration there, had to because he jumped out so far. Look what he does with his back end. Now gallops to the last. That's brave, that's quality. And he's only, what, 400ths of a second off the leader, goes into second place.
Well, we started jumping 3 hours ago and we promised you world-class, thrilling sport. And it's coming down to this lady as she was first to go all that time ago. And now she's back in with us here in this jump off. With Crack the Ugly Z is Frances in the Cholet.
Yeah, you can see out in the warm-up arena they have a big screen out there, so she'll be able to keep an eye on the guys and see what they've already done. She'll know exactly what the requirement is. Her helpers, her staff will be out there, her trainers will be telling her what's needed to do. She was brilliant in the first 2 rounds. Cracker Stallion has been putting on an exhibition this evening, and again she picks up that big canter. We've seen her in the first 2 rounds, really lets the horse travel to the first fence. Now she needs to get those tight lines as well. It's not about galloping, it's about being as neat and tidy as you can. How brave is this guy? Super. 2, 3, 4, 5. She adds a stride here, she's gone 8. That'll let her drop back in, so she's very tight up here to the double. Now she's got to keep galloping up here, don't waste time. Wait up, trust him. Trust him. He's a superstar. Now jump this on the angle and then back as quick as you can. You have to if you want to win the sword, if you want to be the second lady with her name on the trophy. She's a little bit down, she's tight back to the oxer though, and now she's going to gallop to this. She keeps coming, makes a little adjustment. We're going to have to wait and see.
There's whistles going, but it's the front rail of the last fence. Our Visit Qatar fence is down and 4 falls through an Cholet. Cracked all Z, but into third at this early stage.
Yeah, great effort. Brilliant horse. He's put in such a display this evening. Watch him here into the double. Brilliantly presented. And then look, she trusts her horse and he delivers for her. This is brilliant stuff. Down to the last fence. Gives him the space that he wants. Oh, he tries so hard but just didn't get his hind legs out of the way. What a great effort.
Well, the James Bond theme song is playing as the next rider prepares to go. For Great Britain, he rides this gelding, Sherlock. And Harry Charles has a determined look on his face as he is ready to take this track on.
Yeah, a winner last night. He wants to be a winner again tonight. He was really strong on Sherlock earlier on. I think he set himself up so that he knows what he can do for the second round. A young man, he's already achieved so much in his career. Sherlock's a 13-year-old gelding by Biscay Baloo C. Now he's going to just have a little look around, and then you can see picks that light seat, picks up the canter. He's going to come back right-handed, do a change. and then we'll see him set sail for the first fence. He's got to be brave now all the way through. There is no margin of error. There is nowhere to take a hold. We saw him last night at his very, very best. Now keeps coming. Jumps across the angle. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's really good. Now gallop away here. Now he's got to keep galloping up here. Keep coming, keep coming, keep coming, keep coming. Now steady. Brilliant. Sherlock is so careful. Jumps again, as did our leader, from left to right. Jumps this from right to left. And we can see the footprints. He's as tight, if not tighter. He's a little bit down. He's going to have to make it up somewhere on the way home. Now, can he gallop? He's got to keep coming if he want to get into the lead, if he wants to get on the podium. Let's see what happens.
He's pushing, and he also knocks the front rail of the last fence. That oxer is starting to cause issues, and it prevents Harry Charles from taking one of the top positions here tonight. 4 false for Harry, and he's into rank 3rd at this stage.
Sherlock was brilliant here, jumped into the double. Harry, look at that brilliant position, so balanced, trusting his horse. That oxer is massive, down to the last. And again, look, they've got to gallop down there. They've got to be brave. If they want to win the sword, you can't take a pull. You've got to keep coming and hope it plays. It's you're taking chances here now at this stage.
Well, this lady knows all about winning the sword. She is the reigning recipient of the sword last year, His Highness the Amir sword of 2025. She's back in with us. She's calm, cool and composed, but the pressure and the adrenaline that must be going through Germany's Jana Frederica Meyer-Zimmermann as she goes with Seligon Qashqai.
Yeah, her 11-year-old stallion. They look really comfortable in the first 2 rounds. Real partnership, they look really much together. Now, can they stay together over the high speed? He looks a real blood-lovely type. He was very good, he's scopy and careful. So let's see if she can really wind it up now as she goes through this. He's quick enough across the ground. 5, 6, 7. Now, she's got to gallop here. She's really got to trust him up to the double. Last 2 parts of what was the combination. We jumped to B and C. That's brilliant. Now, come on, big fella. Oh, unlucky. Yeah, look, you've got to try it. You can't just come up here. It's the Amir sword. She knows what it is to win it. She's already has her name on that trophy. She wanted to do it again, so she had to take a chance. Unfortunately, second fence is gone as well.
She was up on the time. She is the quickest, 38.42, but 2 down here this evening. Disappointment for Jana Frederica Meyer-Zimmermann and Seligon Qashqai. But as you said, Tom, she's already a recipient of it.
Yeah, look, she came in to win it again. She wouldn't want to be second or third, and fair play to her. She started off beautifully. Her stallion has been fantastic. Jumped into the double here. He was really good. She had to trust him in there. He did everything he could to back up and have enough space to come out, but it just wasn't to be on this occasion. Yeah, he deserves a pat. He's a gorgeous horse. Look at the expression on his face. Wouldn't you love to have him at home looking out over stable door at you?
Well, we continue to the final element here. We only have 1 for Monaco and 2 for Saudi Arabia. This is one of the favourites of Laura Tribe. Speaking to the team in the studio during the break, it's ESI Rocky. It's one of my favourites, and riding this is Anastasia Nelson.
Yeah, this young lady has won a 5-star Grand Prix. She knows what it's like to go fast enough and be on the podium. She has, as I say, no respect for her elders when it comes to these competitions. It's brilliant the opportunities young athletes are getting, well-resourced. But in fairness, she's been given the horsepower and she's doing her bit. She was absolutely brilliant on the first 2 rounds. She gave her horse every chance to jump a clear round. Interesting to see what approach she's going to take now with Rocky. They've really stamped their partnership together. But you don't get an opportunity to win a 5-star Grand Prix of this caliber every week. No, I'm not surprised if we see this lady give it a real good show now again. Yeah, look, she's going to come a little bit from right to left. You know, the big boys can do it, so can she. She doesn't need to hang around. And Rocky is very careful. He's scopy, he's careful, and he's excellent on the back rail in particular. Keeps coming on the 7. Whoa, brilliant stuff. Now, gallop across here. And we know this guy can jump in here. Horses love this young rider. She's got such a rapport with them. Ah, look at that for effort. Now, keep coming across. Jumping on the angle. turn back, tight as you're brave, get your eye on the fence, stay tall. That's excellent riding. Get him square, leg on, press. He'll jump it. Now, last fence coming up. Keep your canter, look for your distance. Now get your leg on.
Won't be
Brilliant
contention for the top spot, but certainly with the time of 42.59, a really noble effort for Anastasia Nielsen and ESI Rocky. The third clear and goes into third place.
She's on the podium. She'll be delighted with that. That's a fantastic performance from a young athlete with a new horse in her string. Rocky and herself are really going to be a force to be reckoned with for 2026. You can imagine as they get a little bit more confidence, get a little bit more established, they're just going to get faster and put it up to everybody.
She's on the podium for now, but these two men that follow her will put the pressure on and see if they can get another clear. We've only had the 3 clears. They need to beat a time of 39.20. The first of the 2 Saudi riders, well, that's Diana de Pluvo Zed riding this, Khalid Al-Mabaiti.
Yeah, 2 mares coming up next. This mare was outstanding again. She's by Zangrazide mare by Dude Mercy. She's an 11-year-old. She's really blooded. She's really quality. When it comes to a foot race, she'll have an advantage. But there's a lot of jumps to be negotiated as well. She can be quick back from 1 to 2. Definitely leave out of stride, stay on the 7 pattern, and then he's got to he's got to be really brave up to the double. He'll need to stay up on the inside line then to the style, and then give her a little bit of room. Here we go, set sail, picks up a really good canter. Now he's very tight back here. Yeah, you can see she's very quick across the ground. 6, 7, now again, quick away and keeps galloping up here now. He's got to come up the inside. He's got to stay brave. She knows she's a clever mare. She's in beautifully. Now, gallop, jump this on the angle. So far, so good. He's ticking all the boxes. He's up on the clock, pushes through the corner. Can she jump it? Makes the back rail. Now he sets sail for the last. Keeps coming, he keeps coming, he's going to go into the lead.
The crowd is already clapping, and now they erupt as the new leader, Khalid Al-Mabaiti, Diana de Pluvo Zed, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. He raises his fist, he is celebrating. The crowd are on their feet, and that is the new leader. We are guaranteed to have the Saudi Arabian national anthem played out.
What a round, what a performance. We know this mare is quick across the ground, but boy, did he use it to good effect. Khalid was foot perfect everywhere, and Diana, she was a superstar everywhere. So athletic, so light. Watch her, she ears pricked everywhere. I think she knows that she's going to get the sword. She's the one getting all the applause, and she thoroughly deserves it. Look at this, down to the second last fence, and boy, watch the gallop down to the last. He never took a pull, he kept chasing. We don't see this in Punchestown, we don't see this in Epsom. Here we go, look at that for Careful, and she's done what a few have failed to do.
Absolutely fabulous mare, but we have another one following that. The time now set at 37.45. The leader at the moment, Khalid Al-Mabaiti. Second, Peter Devos. Third, Christian Alman. Fourth, Anastasia Nielsen. They are the 4 clears that we have had with just the 1 left to go to bring His Highness the Amir Sword Grand Prix of 2026 to a close. 1.5 million euro. The stakes could not be higher, Tom, for this man to take the sword here tonight. He has the advantage of going last. He will have used every single moment of that advantage watching some of those performances in the warm-up. Riding Diriyah for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Abdullah Al-Shabatli.
Yep, he's have a good look around. You can see, we know this mare is quite electric. She also knows what's happening. Everybody up in the kiss and cry, and the bell is gone. So he just wants the mare just to relax, just breathe for a second. You see, just pawing a little bit. So she knows what's going to come up. She's a competitive spirit, this lady. She's a 13-year-old by Balladerouet out of Dimont de Seneley. Celle Francais, a real solid French breeding. Now this man is also well used to winning big tracks. He'll have it mapped out. He'll know exactly what he needs to do. He only needs to win by 1/100 of a second, and he's very quick away. Right, starts off very fast. Clear 1-2. Heads on the 7-stride pattern here. Now we know he's brave. Look, lands, he keeps galloping. His mare is quick now. He's got to slow up, get it organised. Is it done? Whoa, she's brilliant. She's really trying now. He's got to stay galloping here. This is down to the wire. He's almost a second up, believe it or not. Where did he find it? Now, here he goes. He's pushing for the last. Is he going to stay going? Is he going to take a pull? He stays going.
He is the winner of His Highness the Amir Sword of 2026. The last to go in this jump-off. What a fabulous performance by Abdullah Al-Shabatali as the crowd erupts. They're on their feet, they're clapping, they're waving, and he points to the sky to celebrate. The recipient of the sword for 2026. What a round by Abdullah Al-Shabatali.
Yeah, the mare was just sublime, wasn't she? She's such a trier. You can watch her here. You knew when she came into the ring that she knew what was coming. You know, she's so competitive. First, second round, also the third round. She really tries. He was seriously brave up to the double. Look at her effort there. She tries so hard. And then he's brave. Second last. Look at the effort again. She makes kicks out behind. And he lands. And he gallops as well. Look at that. Finds his distance a long way out. Makes a little alteration. Wow.
Doesn't get closer than that.
No, fantastic stuff. 36-29. He's our winner.
Well, a huge congratulations to him. Thank you to Tom. But you're now on your way down to the studio for further analysis of what is a wonderful night of sport. Well, that does conclude the jumping of His Highness the Amir Sword of 2026. Abdullah Al-Shabatali is our winner. Second, Khalid Al-Mabaiti. Third, Peter Davis. Fourth, Christian Almond. Fifth, Anastasia Nilsson. Sixth, Harry Charles. Seventh, Tanay Sholi. Eighth, Hassan Santurk. And the rest you can see on your screen now. What a wonderful evening of entertainment. We hope you have enjoyed it as much as we have. Abdullah Al-Shabatali walks away with €500,000. Our prize fund, €1.5 million. The richest Grand Prix in the region has just concluded with a win for the Saudi Arabian rider. Huge congratulations to him as he is now entered into the Hall of Fame here in Alshaqab. Well, we still have plenty more action tomorrow, including our 3-star Grand Prix. We do hope you can join us for that as we conclude tonight's entertainment, our sports, and prepare for our prize-giving ceremony. I'll hand you back to Hannah and the team in the studio for that, and then later on will be John Stokes guiding you through the prize-giving ceremony. But for me, Killian Thornton, it's bye-bye for now.
Huge congratulations, 2026 Amir Sword winner. How does it feel?
It feels amazing. I was a couple of times finishing second in the Prince, the Sword of the Prince, and this time it happened. And I'm really thankful to God, and it's a big victory for all the Arab countries. I'm so proud of my country, my king, and this victory is a special gift to our King Salman bin Abdulaziz, and the Crown Prince Salman, Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz, and Prince Abdulaziz bin Turki Faisal, the Minister of Sport, and of course our lovely Prince, the President of the Saudi Federation, Prince Abdullah bin Fahad. I would like to thank him so much for his support. I'm so happy today. I'm so glad, and I'm very, very happy for my king, my country, and for my team. Thanks to my team around my horse. Thanks to my lovely, amazing horse.
Many congratulations. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Well, what fabulous images there of that fantastic win for Abdullah Al-Shabatli. What a performance. He has beaten a seriously stellar field of horses and riders here tonight. We started with more than 40 in round one. 13 riders jumped clear to make it through to round two, and 9 of those jumped double clear to make it through to our jump off. We thought the Belgian rider Peter de Vos might have just had it in the bag, but those Saudi riders really had something to say about it, and of course none more so than Abdullah Al-Shabatli, who absolutely flew around this track to take the win, especially that line to the final fence, galloping and galloping, absolutely leaving it all on the line to take the win here tonight. Seriously outstanding performance and a very well-deserved winner of this huge His Highness the Amir's Sword Grand Prix, and he takes home the lion's share of that €1.5 million prize fund, a serious prize pot and a fabulous sword as well. We'll take a little look back at some of the best moments of today's jump off. What incredible scenes we had. Well, you can really see how much these riders absolutely laid it all on the line, really going for it with everything that they had. That's what it was all about tonight, really going for it. The pressure was very much on. We were lucky enough to hear from a couple of riders in our studio earlier this evening who really gave us a flavour of the atmosphere that they had in this ring tonight. The feeling of real pressure, the real palpable excitement from the crowd and from their fellow competitors, and of course with such a world-class field that was perhaps to be expected. We see in front of us some images of Peter de Vos, who absolutely laid down a fantastic challenge and led for some time in our jump off, ended up finishing in 3rd place with his beautiful horse there, Casual DVZ. Absolutely incredible scenes, and taking the angle over the fences in his bid for the top spot. Of course, 2 riders, though, managed to edge in front of him, Khaled Al-Mobti and Abdullah Al-Shabatli, your 2nd and 1st placed riders, respectively. The top 3 will be presented with their prizes, though, tomorrow at the Qatar Racing and Equestrian Club. That is going to be some presentation, which I'm sure the top 3 will be eagerly looking forward to. A real spectacle indeed. Just behind me, the arena is being prepared for some sensational entertainment this evening. Really incredible to have not only top-class sport, but also top-class entertainment in this stunning Longines arena at Alshaqab Equestrian Centre in Doha. And what a hub for international sport this has become. This region really hosting some of the premier sporting events in the world, and Alshaqab very much one of the top equestrian sport destinations globally, and now attracting some of the very best riders in the world. We heard earlier from Ludger Beerbaum at just how much this place has grown over his journey here over the last 20 years, and what an incredibly impressive facility it has become. Absolutely outstanding, and now it's the stage for world-class sport. Well, as I mentioned, that prize giving will be taking place at the Qatar Racing and Equestrian Club. But tonight, all that remains is a stunning horse show for the fans in the arena. And of course, we'll bring you that on our live stream as well. It's a horse show by Santi Serra, and the following press conference for the top 3 ranked riders and the leading rider in this series. That, of course, is still Scott Brash. So do stay with us. It will be good night from me in the studio, but do stay with us for that fantastic horse show, and I look forward to joining you once again tomorrow.
الصوت ترابط بين أحاسيس وقلوب تجمعنا الهواية والمحبة هنا من حيث تجتمع الشعوب.
Some things are born from legacy, forged with careful precision, defined by heritage and distinction. Riyada Plus from Doha Bank, where legacy meets excellence. Riyada Plus, crafted for excellence. Doha Bank.
summer.